fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction, he's got everything outside of both of them! Maloney!
Oh, he's taking Anderson! Anderson's up top!
Oh my god! Big crash! Oh my goodness, half the field's gonna get rolled!
It's very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly. Oh, there we go!
Oh no!
That's massive! This is it! This is over! I can't believe this! Oh my god!
God, what?
Are you new to sim racing, or maybe a veteran struggling to reach the next level? Have you ever wondered how the aliens reach impressive lap times that seem impossible to achieve? If so, you're not alone. Most drivers reach a certain level and get stuck. But getting faster on track is easier than you think. V8S coaches are some of the best sim racers in the world and offer one-on-one driver skills training at affordable rates to help new drivers learn the basics and help experienced drivers break through to the next level. Are you ready to get faster and get off the iRacing roller coaster? If so, V8S one-on-one personal training is for you. If you've invested in your equipment, it might be time to invest in yourself. Just go to virtualracingschool.com and sign up for a 30, 60 or 90-minute session with one of our world-class coaches, and you'll learn exactly what to do for faster lap times and more podiums.
This is your chance to get behind the wheel. The opportunity to race just like the pros. From the grassroots levels, where we all got our start, to the most popular race cars on the planet. From the fairgrounds of Nashville to the high banks of Daytona, to tracks that will never be forgotten. Realistic driving, intense competition, all from the comfort of your own home. This is the ultimate motorsports simulation. This is iRacing.
It's time for the three big ones of the Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS season. It's Enduro time, everybody. We are super hyped up here in the SimSpeed TV commentary box. We're going racing for 113 laps at the brilliant Phillip Island circuit this afternoon. This is where the teams really bring their A game, and we're looking forward to bringing you all of the action here over the next 3 hours. I'm Reese Gardner, it's Dan Yeaman alongside me. The V8SCOPS Phillip Island 500. Dan, what a brilliant part of the year here. We're going to be racing at Phillip Island, Imola, and then Bathurst to round out the Enduro season. And we've had plenty of experience with this track over the past weekend. The fact that V8SCOPS supports have been putting on some brilliant action around this place definitely hypes us up for the racing tonight.
It certainly paints a positive picture, at least puts us in a good, hopefully getting a good chance to see what can be done here this afternoon for the main event. You're not wrong there, and thank you to everyone, for myself personally, joining us here today for the stream, or if you're watching it after the fact on demand. But let's have a look here at the circuit real quick. 4.5 kilometers of race course, well known around the world, thanks to, of course, being used as the venue for the Australian MotoGP for as long as I can remember as a young 20-year-old person, or young in my 20s, I should say. But of course, very popular with the drivers for the most part, and also very much a staple on the supercars calendar for the most part in real life as well. So going to be an interesting one to watch, and yeah, certainly what we saw last night in the support series categories and what we were told of the action on Friday night all paints a really good picture when it comes down to what we can expect from the racing quality and action. And with 45 cars here today, it's a bumper field fully packed for the first Enduro today, Reese, as well. Well, that certainly means there's going to be a lot to try and keep our eyes on here this afternoon.
Yes, indeed. This track has been around since 1956, and there's only been one change to the layout over that time. The Honda hairpin down there at turn 4, shortened and tightened a little bit. Other than that, the rest of the track is pretty much exactly the same as it was when this place first opened. Racing at Phillip Island has been going on for quite a while before that as well. The rectangle circuit on public roads outside Cowes hosted the race that is considered the first Australian Grand Prix back in the 1930s. 30s. This is how things stand in the championship coming into this round. Trans-Tasman Racing's Brady Myers has been on an absolute tear. He's done quite well over the last few rounds, just trying to keep up those consistent points finishes and taking wins and podiums at just about every round so far, and currently leads by over nearly 400 points from Jordan Ross for Synergy Sim Racing. Andrew Dyson as well for simrigs.com DPR. He has had an absolutely fantastic season, hasn't he, Dan? Third in the championship coming into the Enduros. You can always count on Andrew to be right up there.
I mean, I think, to be honest, of the drivers there in the top of the standings, I think Dyson at the moment is the one who's really showing that racing, getting the regular attendance in and getting solid results, if not maybe the greatest, because we also think, I don't think we've seen all that much of Dyson on the podium this season, this season I should say, and so really showing that it pays to just be racing and getting results on the board, even if some of them aren't setting the charts on fire. To be sure as well, we'll talk about the championship a little bit more, I'm sure, later on and afterwards too, perhaps. Of course, being team racing here for the Enduros, it does make things a little bit more difficult. You have to be, well, all the drivers here today will, of course, score points for their championship, but there is also the Teams Championship to consider, and then there's the Endurance Cup Championship, the points for the 3 Endurance Cup rounds, I should say, to also contemplate. So there's a lot of different championships, I suppose, we can consider here today, Reese, and things with driver changes and substitutions also will be playing into that as well, to make things a little bit more of a spectacle, and having to sort things out in the back end at least. It will make admin a bit interesting, to put it mildly. But we've got 8 minutes of practice to go, and I think, yeah, now time to have a look at how guys are going out here on track as we gear up for the qualifying, which will be back to group qualifying for this afternoon. 15, or groups of 15, based on the pre-qualifying times. And they'll get 15 minutes each to get out there and get their best time on the board.
Indeed, split into 3 groups considering where they were placed in pre-qualifying. We are looking at Briggs and Ross here. Ross in the car in the number 143. Drivers are put together into 2-man teams for this one. You have to make a driver swap, and when it comes time to the race, we'll discuss this a little bit more. But one thing the drivers are going to have to consider is the driver minimum laps. One driver has to complete a minimum of 39 laps in the race, and that covers a pit stop. So we're going to be seeing some pretty even spreads as to how the drivers split up their pairings throughout the 500 Ks. We also briefly took a look at the Pursue Sim Racing 201 machine. Andrew Gilliam and Michael Taliancic are driving together in that, and Gilliam putting in the fastest time in pre-qualifying over the Thursday, Friday and Saturday. So they are well placed coming into this round. We've also got to consider the TTR number 29 here, Richard Hampstead, driving with Jake Maloney, I believe. So it's that's one of the pairings that has been a consistent one over the years here in V8SCOPS. Always looking for Hampstead and Maloney to set things alight. Luck hasn't always fallen their way, but they have taken Endurance Cup wins in the past. So look for them to be a factor there in that TTR Mustang.
Absolutely, as always, that will be important to watch. Yeah, it will be curious to see how teams have opted to go this year with the pairings. Of course, there's plenty of strong drivers up and down the field, but there may also be the case of some teams which may have a slightly imbalanced pairing for this season. We'll have to see how things go for them, because, of course, if you've got a bit of an imbalance, that will mean you will have to... You'll be thinking about that minimum driver lap count, of course, and maybe putting that driver in to start the car and clear the laps as fast as possible. Get it done and get in at the end of lap 39, and then just leave it up to your main driver and take it from there. But that will be asking 74 laps straight of your lead driver if that's the situation. But we'll see how teams play it. Safety cars, of course, can always mix things up on that front, and we will have to wait and see how the dice falls on that one. You can see 5 minutes ago in practice, fair few drivers circulating around on track at the moment. It's plenty busy for us here in the final minutes of practice.
The 008 coming into Honda Hairpin. It's going to be driven by Corey Shepard and Rick Kuznetsov. Corey Shepard putting in the second fastest time in pre-qualifying. So Shepard, a driver that we've been keeping a close eye on this V8SCOPS season. He's really come in leaps and bounds. He showed flashes of his brilliance in previous seasons, but finally broke his victory duck back at Motegi a couple of rounds ago, and he's certainly shown that he has what it takes to compete at the top level here. The Premier Racing Team crew certainly with a strong driver lineup there. Corey Shepard, of course, his talent is a known quantity, but don't discount Rick Kuznetsov either. Meanwhile, seeing the 033 Synergy entry up in third place in the session with Damien Johnstone at the wheel of that one. They're currently not out on track at the moment, just I think going through their final few preparations for qualifying and the race, but Synergy is going to be a force here. Not only do they have the likes of James Scott with them, they've also got the likes of the number 25 here, Kobe Jones, making his way out of the final couple of corners here. And we'll talk a bit more about the track in qualifying, but that turn is going to be one of the key points of the lap. You have to lift a little bit to make it through the corner in these cars, but you need to keep a little bit of throttle as well to keep the car rotated through the corner. It's all going to be about how you execute that throttle application. And there is the number 88, James Scott's car, which Hobbo's car, my apologies. Of course, James Scott runs 088, and Hobbo runs the number 88. Won't be the first time I get numbers confused here tonight, so prepare yourselves for that. Michael Schreier sharing the car here with Brenton Hobson, and you have to consider the fact that Synergy Sim Racing, they've always been strong at the Enduros, and they've always been strong at Phillip Island, but coming into the fold at the team, the likes of James Scott and Jared Philsell. Scott here now out in the number 94, the Boost Mobile Racing powered by Erebus. Unfortunately, we did not receive a livery for that car, so they are going to be out there in a white machine. But rest assured, Jared Philsell, in partnership with Erebus Motorsport for the E-Series, is definitely going to be a factor here in this race. Some supreme pace in that car there, especially with James Scott sharing the car with him.
Yeah, well, that's actually a temporary pairing for this endurance, well, this race. We will be hoping to see Brody Kostecki lining up alongside Phil Sell for the remaining two events, pending real-life commitments for Brody. And James Scott will return to his 088 machine later on, for the remaining races, and we will see him pair up with Forzan El Nabi in that car for those remaining races in the Endurance Cup season here for 2022. And just touching on Synergy for one last time, well, if you thought Synergy or had any doubts of Synergy's depth when it came to supercar drivers, Reece, they entered 12 teams. And that's, of course, you double that, it's 24 drivers they've got on their roster for the 2022 season that they have lined up. Now, I have to quickly check the team. I don't think they have all of them in here today, and we did have some temporary adjustments. For example, Forzan El Nabi is going to be lining up with Damien Johnson in the 033 car today. So there's a bit of internal shuffling there. I already mentioned, of course, James Scott jumping across into the number 94 Synergy Boost Mobile machine there. A couple other drivers here and there for that one in this season. We'll check out one of the Trans-Tasman machines, of course, TTR, long-time front-running competitors. They've got 4 cars for the Endurance Cup this year. Reece, here is the number 47 Holden Commodore. Kurt Stenberg and Lee Ellis going to be sharing the ride here in this one.
Yep, Stenny and Lee, they're one of the eternal driver pairings of V8SCOPS. They've been driving together for years now, and they always pair up for the Enduros. I'll be very interested to see how they do here at Phillip Island. They've certainly had some success here in the past and running some special liveries there for Trans-Tasman Racing.
Technically no livery, actually.
Technically no livery, unfortunately, there for TTR number 47. Of course, we're relying on teams submitting liveries before the deadline. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to put them in for race day. Well, that's the end of practice. And we are ready to go for qualifying. We've got 55 minutes coming up. It's going to be split into three 15-minute sessions with a 5-minute break in between them. The first of them are going to be making their way out of the pits imminently. And 47, one of the cars making their way out of there. And the charge is being led by the Pursuit Sim Racing 3 car, number 155, Jamie Stovald at the wheel of that one. He's going to be driving with Teo Sereno in the race.
It is indeed a good point there to make about that lineup as they filter their way out onto the circuit. And well, we'll see here if the driver is here in the 155, if they opt to tuck back into the train here, if they're happy to lead this train around. You've got Kurt Stenberg, Ben Morris directly behind them, and then next to our Trans-Tasman cars, Andrew Fraser and the number 104 machine currently circulating around. So, of course, draft here going to be important in qualifying. Will be worth a couple of tenths down the front stretch and through the opening sector as well, given that's where you get them all the highest speeds around this circuit. So, ideally, you don't want to be the first one off the first cab off the rank, as it were. But someone's going to have to go first once they make their way out of MG here in a couple of moments' time.
Well, looks like Jamie Stovald's deciding to back off a little bit here and try to get a little slipstream to try and get a little bit of extra speed down the straights, a bit of extra lap time as well. Ben Morris is going to be the car with the most advantage here as Kurt Stenberg is going to lead the train out of the last couple of corners. 15 cars taking part in this section of qualifying, positions 45 to 31 in pre-qualifying. Let's go on board here with Kurt Stenberg, one of the series veterans here at V8SCOPS, as he makes his way into turn 1 for the first time. Tap the brakes, down from 6th to 5th gear. Try and pick up the throttle for the run down to Southern Loop. And stay middle of the road. Some drivers run a bit tighter on the way into here, but Stenny trying to arc the corner out as much as he can. Downhill exit. The car wants to break free in 3rd gear, but you go up through the transmission, through Stoner, this flat out left, and then the heavy braking zone down to Honda Hairpin. It's a very difficult corner to get right. You've got to use the curb there to try and rotate the car. Then it's the very short run down to Siberia, negotiate a right-hand kink, and this banked corner is one that we're going to be seeing a lot of side-by-side racing through. Drivers can take multiple lines through that corner. Then it's back on the power through Hayshed. It's going to be very difficult to run side-by-side through here, but we've seen plenty of drivers do it. There's plenty of space around the track. Lukey Heights, a tight entry. Got to keep it tight because you crest a hill on the way through, and then the track just falls away as you go on the brakes into MG. 2nd gear for Kurt Stenberg, and then out through the last couple of corners. A bit of a lift just to keep the fronts in contact with the racing surface, and then an ever so slight lift in 4th gear, you're just nabbing 5th on the exit of the last corner here at Phillip Island. That's the first lap of qualifying complete with Kurt Stenberg, 28.99976. And so far, that's a pretty quick time. He hasn't been challenged for P1 so far. Jamie Stovald in the Pursuit 155 has gone for 2nd. Actually, he's just been pipped by Rayan Leonage in the Phoenix number 79, and Gianni Lutzu in the 95 SimSport 551 car into 3rd place. So that's how things stand at the moment. A second covering the first 12 cars that have completed laps in this session. Bruce Tannock has yet to come to the line. Cameron Jones puts a lap down. Let's see what Christian Smart can do here as he's just completed an out lap here in the 027.
Indeed, a little bit out of sequence in that car at the moment, but not the only one to be out of order technically here, as he comes around to get a lap on the board. One of those cars isn't the number 60 here. Brody Sentence in one of the Premier Racing Team cars here today, but currently running P7 for the Premier entry at the moment. Presuming here, having done a lap on the board, he will peel off to the pits. Here is one of those cars that is out of sequence, but also currently not on a flying lap. Bruce Tannock, Mag and Turbo Motorsport entry, number 115, which, actually, pardon me, that's not quite the number they should be in for today's race. So that's a bit of a slap on the wrist there to those guys, unfortunately. That will come after the race. The other team that's currently out there, or the one car that's on a flying lap at this moment, is indeed Christian Smart. He comes up through Lukey Heights here to put this one on the board. Personal best sectors 1 and 2, of course. Looking at the times here, just trying to see how the pace looks. It's decent, but I don't think it's setting the world on fire at the moment, Reese. And he comes out of turn 11 and through turn 12. See what Christian can do at the line.
Yeah, a little bit of oversteer on the way out of the penultimate corner for Smart. Wasn't quite happy with the traction on the way out. Let's see what time he sets. 1 minute 29.529. Flashes the lights. Obviously, Smart is aware that he is on camera. Smile, mate, because you have just put yourself into P11 so far in this session. But Trans-Tasman 47 still with the quickest time in this group, and it really says something. Kurt Stenberg, without any slipstream, setting the quickest time. Shadowed quite closely by Rayan Leonage in the number 79, but all things considered, if the number 47 can pick up a slipstream on their next run, I think that's going to give them an extra couple of tenths. They'll be able to extend that buffer.
Yeah, I mean, clearly good pace in clean air at the moment for the 47 TTR machine. So you would think that they would be looking to try and get themselves a bit of advantage on this second run, just to consolidate the matter here. But yeah, you're not wrong with Rayan Leonage being that close to Stenberg's time. I mean, yeah, 8 thousandths of a second in it, or 7 thousandths of a second in it on our overlays here for the broadcast. So it's close, and certainly both of them, I'm sure, would like to extend that in their favour one way or the other, whichever side of the coin they're on. As we see here, the 79 machine coming up to Lukey Heights. He will join the queue in behind the 134 of Cameron Veacock, behind the wheel of one of those dozen Synergy Sim Racing cars as they make their way now through MG. And it will be Veacock to be the one to lead the group around here this time. And see here, Bruce Tannock's just come across the line. Meanwhile, puts a flying lap on the board, goes to P13 with a 29.763 there. Although, now watch out, because if I'm not mistaken, most of the drivers around him here will be on a lap, and they'll need to step aside here to make sure all things are nice and smooth. And, well, speaking at the front of the train, Kurt Stenberg not afraid to stay at the front of the group as they're on their second flying laps here.
Yep, Stenny's going to be giving a little bit of a slipstream to his teammate Andrew Fraser in the TTR 104. And Fraser driving with Elliott Smith in this V8SCOPS Enduro. They were towards the back of the field in pre-qualifying, so any advantage they can get with a slipstream off their teammates in the qualifying session proper will certainly work to their advantage. Let's see then how they do out of the last couple of corners. They've got Jamie Stovold in the Pursuit Sim Racing car just behind them as well. Stenny extending his margin there out of the final corner. We'll see what kind of times they can set now as they come across the start-finish line. It's looking like only one hot lap each on these qualifying runs, and Stenny improves. 1 minute 28.9 for him. Meanwhile, wow, that's a big jump from the 9.5 SimSport 43. Ben Morris goes to second place and gets to within 0.03 of a second of Kurt Stenberg's time. Cameron Jones, it looks like, abandoning that run there. Robbie Bradbury coming out of the final corner as well in the number 10. The Century Motorsports car currently P14. Can they improve on that? 1 minute 29.89, or 85, sorry. My apologies for that little mess up, but that's still just over 100th off their fastest time. So a bit unfortunate there. But still, they've got 5 minutes left in this section of qualifying to get another time down. Have to say, though, the number 47 is looking pretty quick.
Yeah, it is, and I have to say, impressed yet. Steny not worried about the slipstream and the potential it could give him here. Instead, opting to keep his foot in it and lead the group around. Ben Christensen here on screen in the number 9. ANZ Motorsports entry comes across the line there. Unfortunately, doesn't improve on a 130.0. Does a 130.9 there, but actually has been out and doing laps. So Director J. Kennedy just suspecting there that might be seeing a actual race run here in this opening 15-minute group, rather than worry about setting qualifying runs. Just make sure they've got themselves feeling ready for the race later on this afternoon.
Yeah, and you know, it is a long race, so if you feel like you can't quite set the timing sheets alight in qualifying, you might as well get some final race preparation in the qualifying session. Christian Smart then. We saw him in the first part of qualifying here. 12th position at the moment. Got to beat a 129.529, and that looks like the improvement he was looking for. He goes up to 8th place. Not too bad there from the Synergy 027. Let's see if they can hold on to a good position when the rest of the groups come out. Meanwhile, the other group we were taking a look at with the likes of Kurt Stenberg and Andrew Fraser, currently out on another outlap. So we'll wait and see whether or not they'll be able to improve one more time. But oh, that's a little bit of drama there. Andrew Fraser and Brody Sentence going off there. Brody Sentence and Premier Racing Team 60. Looks like they were, I don't know if they were trying to let drivers through, or if that was a bit of a synchronized mistake. Either way, looks like the train has backed up a little bit out of Siberia. Christian Smart continuing on at a rapid pace, but Jamie Stovold is backing them up. And I've got to say, I think this will be the advantage that Kurt Stenberg will be looking for. He's completed both of his laps in the session so far without the assistance of a slipstream. And if Jamie Stovold decides to commit to this, then that might be the advantage that the 47 has been looking for. They're going to be towing along Ben Morris, though, in the 9.5 SimSport 43. And don't forget, 9.5 currently very close to TTR at the top of the timesheets. We'll check out Cameron Jones, though, while these guys prepare.
Yeah, they are indeed. Jones has done a personal best in the opening sector here. This might be his final run. Depends on how quickly he can get back to the pits, but only going to have... this will be his final run, because he's only going to have 2 minutes to get out there, and he won't get around to start on. So make it count. 2 personal bests for Jones. Now through sectors 1 and 2, just got to hook up this final part of the lap, and given it involves MG as well, that can be a bit of a handful as he gets around the penultimate turn and looks fairly steady. Just one final corner to go here in the 393 Century Motorsports entry, and loads up the car. Looks decent enough there, up to the curb. Doesn't go too wide though and run it over the edge. Let's see here, can he break the 29.0 barrier? He can't, but a 29.205 or 220, pardon me. That will see him up into 7th place, but he is now out of time, and that will have to do for his qualifying session here before the race.
We've just received news here as Stenberg, I think, is abandoning his final lap there. That's not good news, because Ben Morrison, the number 43, has gone purple in the first sector. And the number 43, 9.5 entry is looking rather quick here at the end of the session. Meanwhile, the car 104, the Trans-Tasman entry, personal best sectors for Andrew Fraser. Let's see if Ben Morris can try and take provisional P1 away from Kurt Stenberg in the final minutes of this first group here. Out of the final corner, nice clean exit from the last turn. Looking to beat a 28.9. Oh, no. He just didn't improve right at the end there. The end of the lap not to his liking there. Andrew Fraser in the 104 will stay P10 so far. And we'll wait and see now for the final few laps to start coming in. Drivers will be able to start a lap before the 40-minute mark, but they will have to complete it here. Gianni Lutsu remains in 6th. No improvement there at the end of the session.
I think Christian Smart's going to be one of the last cars across the line here on a flyer in the 027 machine. Demo goes through as well in behind, and the checkered flag will be coming any moment now. So, last car pushing, I do believe, will be Christian Smart in the 027. So let's keep our eyes here on this of the Synergy entries. 29.311 to beat here, and traffic ahead that he'll need to get out of the way ASAP.
Through the Honda hairpin then, trails the brakes on the way in. Looks like a reasonable gap ahead to the traffic, so chance he might not have issues, but let's see how he goes then out of Siberia. The track is pretty warm at the moment, 44 degrees Celsius, and we're hearing news that Smart was just 1,000th of a second off his personal best in Sector 1, so there's plenty of potential for improvement here. But something we've seen quite a bit in SCOPS is the fact that drivers are not able to improve on their fastest times the longer the qualifying session goes on if the track is hot. So Christian's going to have to do a little bit of extra work here, coming out of the final couple of corners now. Personal best in Sector 2. Let's see what Christian Smart can do to try and elevate the 027. They've already got a provisional top 10 here, but can they make it a little bit better? 027 then, across the line, and
yes,
it's going to be a 29.1. That gains them 2 spots up into P7.
That's some solid gains on the time. Well, the timing alone looks like a solid improvement there for Christian. Although gaps at this stage fairly well spaced, so it doesn't make up as many places as he might have hoped. Let's walk you through those positions now. Provisionally here, your first 15 cars in qualifying for the Too Easy Finance Phillip Island 500. Trans-Tasman Racing number 47 does hang on to that provisional pole position. 300's clear of the 95 Sim Sport number 43, piloted by Ben Morris there. Rehan Lineage in the Phoenix 79 will have to settle for 3rd, with Cameron Vicock quietly settling himself into P4 there in the Synergy Sim Racing 134 next there, and well, all 4 of those cars inside 1/10. Nice and tight at the top of this group. Next car there, the Pursuit Sim Racing 3, or 3rd Pursuit Sim Racing team, I should say, the 155 entry with Jamie Stolbold behind the wheel in qualifying, ahead there of Gianni Lutsu in the 95 Sim Sport 551. And yep, Christian Smart with that late lap to go to 7th in the Synergy Sim Racing 027. Cameron Jones in the 393 for Century Motorsports. Brody Sentence there, P9 with the Premier Racing Team number 60. And Andrew Fraser to round out your first 10 in the Trans-Tasman 104 machine.
Then we go to SSR WPC Racing 868 with Stephen Kokoschka putting in a time for 11th. The Race on Oz 009, Andrew Mogridge putting it into provisional 12th so far. Mag and Turbo Motorsport, Bruce Tannock getting a time in for 13th. Robbie Bradbury, the last of the drivers to set true qualifying times, with Ben Christensen bringing up the rear, potentially getting in some final race runs in that qualifying session. Well, we've got 2 minutes left now in this short break between sessions. When we reach the 35-minute mark, the next group will come out, and that's going to be positions 30 to 16. Still waiting on the green flag here, but we'll have a bit of time to consider the cars from 16th to 30th in pre-qualifying, and there's quite a few interesting driver lineups in this one. We've got Team Jinx shifters, Henry King, Chris Coxhead, trying to make their way through. The simracing.com DPR, number 41, Andrew Dyson, the lead driver in that car, driving with Phillip Worley. Dyson, P3 in the championship, as we discussed earlier. So they'll have to bring their A game to this middle phase of the qualifying session. I'm also seeing the pairing in the other Jinx Shifters car of Thomas Hinz and Brett Loxton, another long-time driver pairing in these V8SCOPS Enduros.
And Jared Bailey stepping into the Jinx 52 today, as Loxton unavailable to race for this one. We'll see Hinz join Loxton in Loxton's usual 2:09 entry for the remaining rounds of the Enduros, if I'm not mistaken. in this stage. So, yeah, plenty of cars and teams to keep our eyes on here in this second group. And look forward to seeing who can move themselves up into the front. And if there's going to be any surprises here from that first group who are able to stay a bit further forward than what their pre-qualifying times would suggest. 5 seconds left until we get this second group of qualifying underway here, Reese. And it's time to see what can be done here.
Indeed. We should be expecting some faster lap times from a lot of the drivers in this group as they make their way out. The train is led by Sebastian Flock, one of the more recent signings to Evolution Racing Team in the number 84. He's going to be driving with Scott Gamble here. Seb, certainly a driver who's familiar with V8SCOPS competition, formerly a part of Pursuit Sim Racing, and coming up to join Evolution Racing Team a few weeks ago, and he certainly set about trying to represent his new team in the best light possible. The fact that he's ended up qualifying for the Motorsport Australia Asia Pacific Qualifier Series that we broadcast last week here on SimSpeed TV certainly shows his talent around this track.
Yeah, did a decent job there in that one. Unfortunately, not quite where I think he'd want to be in the race, but still 2 more races in that series to come tomorrow night and next Monday night to wrap things up there. We'll be looking forward to putting and even better results on the table and see where that gets him come the end of it all. But he's put the foot down here on the outlet, Reese, and he's might be the first man out of the lane, but no one's gone with him here, which means he won't be towing it around. I mean, strangely enough, the first car in line behind him is Marcelo Rivera in his in the fellow Evolution Racing Team car, the 923 machine. This one here, so bit of an interesting call not to work together on the run-up, but we'll see here what Flock can do as the leader in clean air and with no pressure from behind as he gets his qualifying run underway.
Flock focused on the way into turn 1. Let's see what the times are like. A beautiful smooth run through the first couple corners here. He's running a nice tight line into Southern Loop. Crests right in the middle. You've got to be careful not to enter too hot, because running wide in that corner will ruin your entire lap. He's looking nice and calm here is Sebastian, just getting a banker in potentially in the first part of this session. Let's see how much lock he winds on. He's got some nice smooth inputs, but a big helping of oversteer on the exit of Honda might compromise his run into Siberia ever so slightly.
You're working the wheel on the exit there. A little bit of a, well, looks like a little bit of a wobble of sorts when it straightens up, but not too bad there through the hay shed at all as he brings it up to Lukey Heights and try not to move the hands too much and keep the steering in steady. And I'm reminded by director to make note of Seb, as always when he's on Zoom feed, opting to rock one of his polo golf shirts once again. So, well done, Seb. You got your laundry organised in preparation for this afternoon. And you even got a matching colour shirt to go with the ERT highlights there in that teal sky blue of sorts. So I guess kudos there for the organisation as well. 29.020 for the first time round for Flock. That will slot him into was P5 provisionally, but the times are coming in. Simrig's DPR number 41 with Dyson at the wheel ahead of Blake Warboys and Rivera setting themselves to the top of the sheets. And they're joined by Kobe Jones, who moves himself up to the very top of the table to take provisional pole position here at this stage.
Indeed. The timing tower is showing Kenneth Latter in the number 25, but it is Kobe Jones at the wheel of the number 25. There goes Thomas Hinds, meanwhile, up to the top. Got a nice tow from Chris Coxhead in the other Jinx Shifters car there. Those two machines working together very nicely, and once again pulling out all the stops when it comes to liveries for this season. Looking like a nice little pair as they make their way down to Stoner and Honda. So 28.725 is the time to beat currently. And the times are close as usual. It's a matter of mere hundredths separating these guys. I want to draw attention to the gap for 4th and 5th. Coxhead putting the 208 into 4th place at the moment, 28.802. And only 0.06 of a second behind is Blake Warboys in the WKP Sim Sports number 63.
Yes, that is true indeed. Nice and close at the top of the charts as we continue to watch the Jinx Shifters cars make their way down through MG and presumably will peel on off to join the rest of the field that's come into the pits to reset and go again here in a moment's time. Indeed, they will pull in as you'd expect and get ready to go again. It is indeed warm conditions here. So far, no one opting to go for something a bit different. So that means that everyone is playing it fairly straightforward and sensible here as they go out for their second runs in qualifying.
And you watch the drivers coming into the pits. Pit entry is going to be a real point of contention in this race. The way you get into the pits here at Phillip Island, it's narrow. You've got to negotiate a sweeper on the way in as well. So you have to bring your A game if you want to gain time on pit entry and slow down in time for when the limiter line comes. Marcelo Rivera in the ERT Mustang. 923 currently in 6th in the session, and the top 6 in qualifying now are all from this group. We're really seeing some good improvements in terms of lap times, and I say good, it's it's less than 2/10 in fact separating Thomas Hinz from Kurt Stenberg down in P7, but I think that's business as usual when it comes to V8SCOPS. The times are always ridiculously close in this series.
That they are indeed. We might have 45 cars out there, but it's going to be busy, busy, busy at the very front of it all. So, second run's about to begin here. Nope, Marcelo Rivera's opted not to commit to a second lap just yet. He's going to head back down the pit lane. So, something not quite right with the preparation, perhaps, on this one, as the rest of the field, though, they will go on through. Let's have a look here at Andrew Dyson, and a very unique design for this round. Very much ditching the traditional red, white, and black for a bit of blue to go along with some black here. New major partner on the side of the number 41 machine here. Have not seen Exodus Racing on a DPR car just yet in 2022. So a little bit of a change for the Endurance Cup here for Dyson.
Indeed. Definitely looking schmick, I have to say. I think there's not enough pure black cars out there. They look nice and sinister, especially on the Mustang. Let's see then what Dyson does out of the Siberia corner and through Hayshed. 138, his outlap time. Currently, though, 28.79 is his current quickest car. Let's see what the matte black Mustang can do on the way into MG. Early turn in there. It's what you've got to do. Hook up the inside. Try and straighten it up as early as you can. Get a little bit of extra pace for the run into the penultimate corner. And it looks like barely any protestations from the rear end as he makes his way through the final corner. We're hearing that Dyson should improve on this lap. Let's see if he's hooked it up here in the final sector. Shorten the run to the line as much as possible. And Dyson will set a 1 minute 28.8, unfortunately. Lost out in the last section of the track.
Yeah, had a personal best Sector 1 race, but not able to convert Sectors 2 and 3. I'm not seeing any purples at this point in the session, and not seeing that much improvement. The one driver who has improved this time around, Sebastian Flock, jumps up inside the top 10 for the time being. Brings that number 84 up to a 128.9, which has him at just inside 2/10 off of provisional pole in the session. Chris Coxhead, meanwhile, it's his turn to be towed around by Jinx Shifter's teammate. 28.810 is close, but unfortunately for Coxhead, not an improvement this time.
Missed out on improving by 0.08 of a second, unfortunately. But regardless, it's a bit of extra preparation for the race. It's good to see the amount of teamwork going on over at Team Jinx Shifters. Michael Whiting, meanwhile, he's put himself into 16th so far in the Fishy Motorsport 307 machine, and that is a livery that I've certainly had some experience with. That very retro style. I remember when myself and Jimmy Broadbent tackled the official Bathurst 1000 a couple of years back. We had a car painted for us in that exact style, so I've got a lot of good memories associated with that livery. It's always good to see that there are teams out there that occasionally come out with a retro style livery for this series, but Whiting abandoning that run for the time being, and now we're going to be seeing the final runs from the likes of Andrew Dyson with just 24.5 minutes remaining in the session.
Yep, and critically for this group, 4.5 minutes of those are left for them to use here. So, got to make sure you time this right. And
Rivera, P1.
Indeed he does. Off sequence with the rest of the field. Didn't improve in sectors 1 or 2, but sets the fastest final sector of the session so far and moves himself almost a 10th clear at a 128.638 there. So whilst we've been wondering about what he was doing there going off sequence, it looks like that has done him some good, and I think he'll have just enough time here, Reese, to get around and start one more run before this group is called checkered flag.
Yeah, potentially that will be good for him. Perhaps with Sebastian Flock making his way back out of pit lane here, Rivera might have fueled up his car a little longer and might give Flock a little tow. We'll have to wait and see. No, apparently not. All right, let's think about Matty Jones then in car 087. Precision Performance Shop Mustang here. Nice clean livery, that one. Beautiful red and white. Definitely stands out here in the seaside South Victorian sun. Let's see then what he can do. Current fastest time, a 129.112. And hooks up the run through MG very nicely. Now, will he commit to the end of this lap or bring it into the pit lane? Looks like he's not going to be committing to the end. Once again, another demonstration of pit entry here at Phillip Island. Very difficult to line up. Blake Delaney currently outside the top 20 overall. Let's see what he can do in 080, 129.2 for him. And that's going to promote him 5 positions up to 18th.
Yep, makes some gains there. 2 personal bests in the opening 2 sectors, but not able to convert from that point onwards. As one of the other drivers coming around to finish a lap now, Tyler Blackburn, number 13, Analytical Race on Oz entry. Looking to improve on a 139.2, does indeed. Move to a 129 point. No, pardon me, that was not Mitch. That's Tyler Blackburn. Where are you, Tyler? You've jumped
28.8 to P7.
That's why he's jumped up a lot further than I think I was expecting there.
Big improvement.
Indeed, personal best all round. But let's keep an eye on Blake Warboys now if we can, because he's just set the fastest sector 1 of the qualifying session, 28.055. He is in a train of cars. We will check in with Warboys in a second, but Andrew Dyson, the next one across the line. Can the number 41 take back pole position? As he's got 2 personal bests on the board. Needs to jump up from 4th into 1st. 28.684 is close, but it's not quite enough. He will have to settle for P2 at the very best.
Well, here's Blake Warboys then in one of the most striking liveries out there. Number 63 on the way into MG. Bit of a narrow entry, but that's all right. He can hook it up. He's got cars in front of him slowing down. Sebastian Flocken, the Evolution Racing Team 84, improves to P3. Things are going well for Evolution in this session. But what can Blake Warboys do in car 63, the WK&P Sim Sports machine? The time he has to beat is a 28.808. And it's going to be a 28.5. Oh my goodness, he goes to P1. And right at the end, Kobe Jones will join him in the top 2 positions, putting the number 25 into P2. Some massive improvements there right at the very end of the session.
It is. Marcelo Rivera's coming around to start one more run though, so let's watch out for the 9.23 to maybe move himself back into prime position, but he is towing Matty Jones around. Thomas Hinz and Chris Coxhead go across the line. 29.0 for the 52, 28.8 for Coxhead.
Oh, man.
The 2.8 machine.
He set the exact same time, I think, that was his fastest lap.
Yes, he did. To the 1,000th. That is a equal best. So unfortunate in a sense for there. So let's have a look and see what these two here on track can do, because time is ticking away here, and they are going to be some of the last cars on a lap. The only other car is the Wheelie Bins 091. So Rivera, first sector, not looking, no personal best. So he's going to have to find the work in the second and third sectors here. Reese to improve on his time. What's the number like here at Lukey Heights? It's not an improvement at the hay shed.
Oh dear. Well, Marcelo's going to have to pull out all the stops here in the final heavy braking zone of the lap. He's dragging Matty along as well, so the Precision Performance Shop Mustang might be able to improve here, but did get a little squirrely there out of MG. It looks like Matty Jones has abandoned that lap, but Marcelo Rivera is going to commit to the end of this one. He wants to try and get provisional pole back. He's going to have to gain a 10th on his fastest time if he wants any chance of that. 28.6 time to beat, 28.8 at the very end, unfortunately missing out by 0.2 of a second. And Vincent Skilbeck brings the Wheelie Bins Mayhem Republic machine into the lane at the end of that session. Well, Group 2 certainly turned it up here. We're really starting to build the energy for this final group of qualifying, which will be coming up in about 4 minutes' time. So WKMP Sim Sports on top so far. Blake Warboys putting in a fantastic time there. Same for Kobe Jones in the Synergy Sim Racing at 25. Marcelo Rivera putting a provisional P3. In Evolution 923, and Andrew Dyson, consistent as always, 28.6 for him. Sebastian Flock with a late improvement to P5, and Thomas Hinz and Chris Coxhead are going to put the 52 and 208 cars very nicely into those two positions, with Race on Oz Fishing Motorsport holding on to 8th and 9th. Kurt Stenberg still in the provisional top 10 with that time he set in the first group.
Indeed, he's the one driver to hang on there against the guys here in Group 2, but he's quickly followed up by fellow Group 1 driver Ben Morris there in 11th. The Analytical Race on Oz car of Luke Mitchelson works his way into P12, and then got other guys from Group 1 in Rayhan Lineage in the Phoenix 79, the Synergy 134, Pursuit Sim Racing number 3, the 551, or the 95, Sim Sport 551. All lining up there in a row there from Group 1 before we get to our next Group 2 entrant, the Precision Performance Shop Racing 087 machine, along with Type An Esports Endurance number 14. And then, once again for Group 2, from Group 1, the Synergy Sim Racing 027, before we're back to a group... Actually, pardon me, Blake Delaney there was running around in that second group, apologies, as we then check over the page for our remaining 10 driver series.
Yes, so Century Motorsports, Banter Alliance into 22nd there. Brody Sentence, these are a lot of drivers from Group 1. Andrew Fraser into 24th there with Stephen Kokoschka, Andrew Mogridge, Vincent Skilbeck putting it into 27th there in the Wheelie Bins Mayhem Republic 091. And then we've got the three cars from Group 1 there, rounding out the 30 cars that have set times so far. Minute and a half to go until we get the final group out on track. Positions 1 to 15 in pre-qualifying, Dan. These are going to be the heavy hitters.
That they are indeed. So let's walk you through those drivers, or at least those teams that are yet to come out on track. The number 96 Evolution Racing Team entry, a 008 Premier Racing Team car, the 95 SimSport 951, the fourth of the Pursuit Sim Racing entries, which is Job Stewart and Blake Purdy, by the way, the Trans-Tasman 29 of Jake Maloney and Richard Hamstead, Pursuit Sim Racing 2, which is Zach Ski, will be behind the wheel for qualifying, the DBM Beyond Blue number 2, Robert Gibbs, with Bo Alberts substituting in for Matt Bowler in that car this weekend. The 143 from Synergy Sim Racing, Adam Briggs and Jordan Ross in that car. And then SSR 89 with Wayne Burke and, pardon me, Tom Freer behind that one. Forza El Nabi in the 033 with Damian Johnston. SSR entry, Brady Myers in the 22 for TTR with Ethan Warren. Brenton Hobson in the 88 SSR machine, pairing with Michael Schreier. Andrew Gilliam in the lead Pursuit Sim Racing car with Michael Taliance, which he brought up during practice. Reese, the 017 from Premier Racing Team with Brian Borg behind the wheel and sharing with Thomas Freeman. And then the number 94, Jared Filsell, getting behind the wheel of the Boost Mobile Racing SSR joint entry there as the third qualifying group are released.
It looks like Premier Racing Team has decided they want to be the ones leading the way. Corey Shepard already with a big margin there out of the pit lane. Brad Ryan in ERT96 is going to lead up the rest of the train, and it looks like there's been a little shift in the lineup for the Trans-Tasman Racing number 29. Jake Maloney is now behind the wheel. We saw Richard Hampstead driving the car in practice, but it seems that they're putting Maloney in the car to try and set down the best time possible for qualifying. So let's see then what Corey Shepard can do here in the 008. Again, it seems that the slipstream, it does provide some advantage, but not only have we seen the fastest times come in the first group with Kurt Stenberg not getting any slipstream on his fastest lap. I think we might end up seeing the same here from the 008, because I think for SCOPS 2022, if there's any driver you can count to really get it done on a single lap, it is Corey Shepard.
Yep, he's been quick when it comes to single lap pace. No surprises there so far this year as the field winds their way up and over Lukey Heights and down into MG. And we can see there that PRT car already up and away at the front of the group. Meanwhile, everybody else slowly working their way out of MG and opening up the last two turns to be Brad Ryan, leads Maloney, leads, if that was the 88 SSR car, Hobson. But let's check in here with Corey Shepard as that Lone Ranger out the front of the train. He's on his way down into turn one.
Uses all of the curb on the entry, trails the brakes a bit into the corner. Let's see how smooth he is. Definitely likes a nice pointy car, does Shepard. Run a little bit wide, double apex it, and that will get you the straightest run possible onto this stretch. The nice flat curbs here at Phillip Island. Of course, the track is known mostly for motorcycle racing these days, so that's why they have those lovely flat curbs, and the cars can use all of them. The apex of some corners, though, you do have some proper curbs, particularly there at Honda, down here at Lukey Heights. Nice smooth exit it should be for Shepard. Maybe a little bit of protestation from the rear end, but he managed to keep it under control, and a nice bit of momentum through Hayshed, even kicking up a bit of dirt, trying to widen the entry into the flat-out right-hander through Lukey Heights, then take the curb on the entry, and wow, he's climbing all over the curb there through Lukey Heights. I haven't seen many drivers do that so far. Shepard is looking rather confident here. Let's see what he does then through the final couple of corners.
Looking solid here, but, well, he'll be the first one across the line, and he might have a chance of going into P1, but doesn't have a purple sector to his name just yet. Reese, Andrew Gilliam has stolen away the best time in Sector 2 and has beaten Shepard in Sector 1 for good measure. 28.419 is provisional pole, but watch for these guys. They will now shoot up the timing charts, and they will usurp the Group 2 guys. And the fastest man currently on the road is indeed the 201 of Andrew Gilliam for Pursuit Sim Racing. 2 purples to his name at this stage. Jared Filsell slotting into P2 in the number 94 for Synergy Sim Racing, the Boost Mobile Racing entry. And then Forzan El Nabi in P3, Jake Maloney P4, and Shepard currently sitting back in P5 for the time being.
Forzan El Nabi has slotted himself into P3, hasn't he? Definitely doing well there in the SSR 033 machine. Jake Maloney, meanwhile, the number 29 down to 4th. And I got to say, that's quite the margin that Andrew Gilliam has over everybody else. It's just over 2/10, which is quite a large gap when you're talking about V8 SCOPS. But point raised is potentially the drivers that have waited a little bit longer to get out there to set their runs. They could potentially take advantage, just get out there and set their times without everybody else on laps clogging up the racetrack. Majority of drivers are going to bring it into the pit lane here. And an interesting point also raised is that the track has cooled a little bit. It's 1 degree cooler than the track that the previous group raced on. So that will go some way to explaining the much quicker times that are being set.
That is true indeed, as we see these cars that all come in. So, will anyone wait here before they head back out on track? More or less all done and rolling again. And in fact, the first car that will be out of the lane this time looks to be the number 96 ERT machine with Brad Ryan behind the wheel, and everyone else heading out in behind. Corey Shepard has opted to drop into the group this time after that first run, as well, I count a pretty hefty number of cars. If you've got Brad Ryan and Dylan Rudd currently out front, looks like Ryan's backing things up a bit here, and then, well, start counting back, and you've got yourselves the 10, 11, no, well, 13 at the moment, all more or less lined up in a row. Zach Skis is the 14th car in the session, and just off the back of the group here. Otherwise, that is it. We are missing one of our cars, the Pursuit Sim Racing pairing of Job Stewart and Blake Purdy, not currently out there on track and don't have a time in qualifying at the moment, Reese. We were advised a moment ago, well, the admin team was advised a moment ago that issues with Purdy being able to join the race server means we may be missing one car on track, as they are 2x2 coming out of Siberia right now.
They are. This is interesting here. It's shades of F1 Monza 2019 here, as everyone's trying to slow up here and gain their own little bit of real estate on the racetrack. This is going to be difficult for a lot of the drivers. Still 2x2 through Siberia. Wayne Burke is definitely feeling a bit impatient here. Wants to get up to the front of the train, keep those tyres warm. And he's going to have the slipstream of Brad Ryan and the ERT machine. Jared Philsell's just brought it into the pits ahead of these guys, so it's a nice clear track ahead of all of them. We'll be on board with Wayne Burke for the time being as he tries to pick up a slipstream from the ERT Mustang. Wayne Burke and Brad Ryan, both some incredibly storied drivers in these cars, and Wayne Burke, of course, works in real-life motorsport. He's an engineer for Team 18, so definitely has a lot of experience with setting up these cars. Let's see then, through Southern Loop, a little bit of a tighter line potentially for Wayne Burke, but it seems that Brad Ryan has hooked up the exit nicely. Now, is there going to be enough space ahead here for Burke to try and take something out of his time? He's going to draw Brad Ryan in a little bit on brakes, down into first gear for the Honda hairpin. Try and get the maximum acceleration that you can. You might see some drivers take the Honda hairpin in second gear over the course of the race just to preserve the tyres, but they're not going to be worrying about tyre life here in qualifying over the course of a single hot lap, fighting the car through Hayshed. Just got to try and get the weight onto the fronts as you come through Lukey Heights and into MG. The number 29 we're hearing with Jake Maloney at the wheel going purple in the first sector. So potential there for Trans-Tasman to really upset this, as that's a big upset for the rear end of Wayne Burke. He might have given up quite a bit of time thanks to that. Very unfortunate. There's still 6 minutes to go in the session. They will be able to get one more run in, but the times are going to come in. So, Brad Ryan in the 96. He's going to improve to P7. 9.5 Synsports, Dylan Rudd goes to second, and Jake Maloney goes to third, but then Forzan El Nabi pips him. Synergy 033 into P3. Looks like an improvement also for the 143. Adam Briggs at the wheel of that Synergy car, putting it into P13.
Yeah, plenty of personal bests on that run. Brad Ryan, a big jump up inside the top 10 to 7th in the ERT number 96 machine. Was sitting down outside of the top 10 provisionally for now. And indeed, despite putting in the fastest first sector of the session, unfortunately, Maloney unable to capitalise through sectors 2 and 3, and as a result, gets pipped by El Nabi with personal bests, but no fastest sectors on that last run. So as you did say, indeed, 5 minutes on the clock, well, just over now, as we approach this end of this run here for these drivers. They all file back to the pit lane. They will have time for one final run here. Maybe sneak a second, but maybe also go out, do an outlap, abort, and go again, perhaps. Might be the play here. Puts you off sequence, but allows you to go out and get started on a lap with the lowest amount of time possible left on the clock when you start that run.
Yeah, don't forget, off sequence, not necessarily a disadvantage as, oh dear, Maloney almost getting into the rear of a car coming into the pit lane there. Yeah, remember Marcelo Rivera in the last group. He was off sequence and ended up setting a very quick time right at the end. Here's on board with Maloney. Looks like the car got a bit unsettled and he really had to slow it down, didn't he? You don't want that to happen in the race. Fortunately, I think you won't be seeing cues like that going into pit lane in the race unless we're under safety car conditions, and even then everyone will be going a little bit slower. So here we go then. They're all back out now for the final 4 minutes of qualifying here at Phillip Island. We'll be getting a grid for the 500 very, very shortly.
We will indeed. Now, this time, looks like it's going to be Wayne Burke leading the train of sorts. Well, technically not. Robert Gibbs is up ahead of him, but pushing on a fair bit faster as they all line up on the exit of turn 2. Meanwhile, indeed here, Gibbs now very much on his own, and further alone up ahead again is Corey Shepard in the 008, who's taking it nice and pedestrian on this outlap here. So a couple of drivers we're looking to try and improve, but for the most part, the tow seeming to be quite important for this group above all else. So those here out on their own, probably putting themselves at a bit of a disadvantage, but for all I know, I'm going to be sorely mistaken and corrected here by the end of the session. Shepard's coming around the final turn to start what should be his final run in the session, and it will be within 3 minutes on the clock. Let's ride with the 008 Premier Racing Team car.
So Shepard to P1 very early on in the session, demoted back to 6th, and he's not going to have any help of Slipstream on this one. It's going to be all down to his driving ability here. Not going to get a free ride down any of the straights. Nice and long corner here through turn 2. He did run a little bit wide in the middle, but he can use that to straighten up the exit and gain some time out of the corner. I love the fact that there's so many different lines you can take through these turns here at Phillip Island. Definitely is a great track for racing, as we saw on Friday and Saturday nights. A clean exit from Honda Hairpin and a nice gentle entry into Siberia. Hook up the inside and try and get on the throttle as early as you can. Up into 3rd, then 4th, and then up into 5th here, coming through Hayshed. Take a bit of the curb there. Try and straighten the run through. How much of the curb does he take here in Lukey Heights? He rounds it up a little bit. Middle of the road, coming into MG. Probably not widening the entry to that corner as much as he could, but MG is certainly a corner that you can take multiple lines through as well and still come out the same. Now, final turn. Ever so slight lift here in 4th gear. Grab 5th on the exit, run over the curb, and shorten the run to the line. Stick to driver's right. Shepard is going to have to beat his time, 28.2, and he does indeed, moves up to P4 for the time being. That demotes Maloney and Philsell down to 5th and 6th, but remember, they're in the middle of the train, those two drivers. We'll see what they can do to improve. It actually looks like Jared Philsell has pulled out of his initial lap there.
Likewise, El Nabi.
Yeah, okay. So will there be improvements from the Synergy and Boost mobile cars? Gilliam has abandoned his lap. He's obviously happy with that P1 time, still quite a ways ahead. But 9.5 Simsports, Dylan Rudd might end up making that a little difficult for him. Brady Myers in the Trans-Tasman number 22. That's going to be his final lap started there. It was an outlap for the championship leader.
All right, let's see. The 22 machine currently back in 12th, so a little further on back. And, well, I don't actually, that was not an outlap from Brady Myers last time around. He got a 28.096 first sector on the board, and then, well, unless I'm looking at that wrong, that's counting back to his previous. Let's see here. Comes around 28.2 this time, but actually, so no, apologies. That must have been a, what happened on the, nope. It was a flying lap, but aborted pretty shortly afterwards. Got very busy in the train here as, well, whilst that's happened, the checkered flag has flown, and looks to me like there aren't that many cars currently out on the circuit, so not going to have many people looking to improve here. Robert Gibbs is not going to improve on this lap, so expect him to the lane here in a second, but P14 for the DBM Beyond Blue car, not too bad of a starting place, and keeps himself in that top third of the group. That was a bit deep from Adam Briggs, but I suppose test the limits now rather than in the race. And don't risk a penalty as Maloney's in, Hobson's in, and Myers too into the lane. So looks like we will not be seeing any improvements from anyone to wrap the session up. So that means we're about to be able to declare the grid official.
Yes, well, now then, last few drivers out on track here, coming into the final couple of corners here for the 1-2-4 machine, and into the pits is going to come Zach Ski, who managed to improve up to 26th place at the end of that session. So here then are the qualifying results. Pursuit Sim Racing 1, 28.099, but the 951 car, Dylan Rudd, putting in a fantastic time there, and to put himself on the front row for the Phillip Island 500. Forzan El Nabi, once again on his return to the series, doing the rounds at Sonoma and Donington, will definitely be happy with third there. And Corey Shepard is going to put the Premier Racing Team car into fourth. Trans-Tasman number 29, Jake Maloney, is going to round out the top five. Jared Philsell putting the Boost Mobile Racing number 94 into sixth place. 96 ERT, Brad Ryan, a V8 veteran, going to put it into P7. Wayne Burke in the SSR Smith & Sons car, going to put himself into P8, continuing his good run, and Brenton Hobson into 9th. Synergy, always a force to be reckoned with at Phillip Island. And we've still got Blake Warboys there in 10th place from Group 2. So I think WK&P are going to be quite happy with that run.
Oh, they better be happy with that one, to put it mildly. And then let's look over the page here at the next 10 cars that will take to the grid. SSR 25 will start from P11. Kevin Jones setting that time in Group 2 to pip out there. Number 22 Trans-Tasman car, Brady Myers, down in P12. That is definitely not where I think they would rather be, but still well and truly the front half of the field. Not too bad of a place, just might be a little bit busy in the opening couple of laps. Number 143 from the Synergy Sim Racing Garage with Adam Briggs, we said there in that final group of qualifying. Will start from, well, that car will start from 13th. Robert Gibbs taking the number 2 DBM Beyond Blue machine to a P14 grid spot. And then it was Brian Borg to take the 017 from the Premier Racing Team Garage to 15th. And then from Group 2, Marcelo Rivera puts the 923 ERT car in 16th. And then Andrew Dyson taking the number 41 DPR car to 17th on the grid. 18th went to Sebastian Flock in the ERT 84 machine in Group 2. 19th to Thomas Hinz in the Jinx Shifters 52. And then the Jinx Shifters HJR 208. Chad Chris Cox there behind the wheel will start the race out of P20.
Analytical Race on Oz number 13 is going to start out of 21st with Tyler Blackburn putting those times in. Michael Whiting in the Fishy Motorsport 307 to 22nd. The man who topped the first group of qualifying, Kurt Stenberg, is going to start the Trans-Tasman 47 out of 23rd. 9.5 SimSport 43, Craig Schultz in the car, going to start out of 24th. Then we've got the Analytical Race on Oz 04 in 25th. Pursuit Sim Racing 2, car 124. Rob Carmichael going to be taking the start in that one with Ryan Leonage in the Phoenix number 79 out of 27th. The SSR WPC Racing 134 going to be starting out of 28th, and Teo Sorono is going to take over the 155 car for the race start in 29th. Gianni Lutzu staying in the 9.5 SimSport 551 to round out the top 30.
31st place, it was Matty Jones behind the wheel in qualifying, but it looks like it'll be Steve Jenkins who will take to the grid in the 087 Precision Performance Shop Racing entry as they start on that 16th row. They'll be sharing it with the number 14 Taipan Esports Endurance. It was Greg Vavell in qualifying for that car earlier, and looks like it will be Vavell starting the race as well. Behind them, the 027 Synergy Sim Racing car, which looks to have, did have Christian Smart. We will see which car driver starts that one there. Jamie Dyke starting the 080 Fishy Motorsport entry from 34th place. Then the next row here, already 18 rows deep, and we've still got plenty more to go. Cameron Jones will start the 393 Century Motorsports machine for this one. He'll be sharing that row with James Chastaneuf in the 427 for Banter Alliance Racing entry. Behind them, Brody Sentence starting the number 60 for Premier Racing Team, sharing the row with Elliot Smith in the 104 Trans-Tasman car. And then to round out your top 40 cars, it's going to be Stephen Kokoschke starting the Synergy Sim Racing 868. Liam Jensen in the 009 for Analytical Race on Oz. And then your final 5 cars, Reese, it's going to be Vincent Skilbeck in the Wheelie Bins Mayhem Republic 091, Bruce Tannick in the Mag and Turbo Motorsport entry, and then Bradbury not yet on the grid, so we jump back. Well, that Century Motorsports number 10 car will start at P43. You get to see who will take to the grid in it. Aaron Gilbert, though, will start at the ANZ Motorsports number 9 entry from 44th, and that will be the grid here, as no sign of the Pursuit Sim Racing entry of Job Stewart and Blake Purdy. 2 safety cars on standby, the Porsche Cayman GT4s. And then that will be our grid. So we'll wait to see the final couple of drivers to fill their spots. But what we'll do is we'll take a short break here, Reese, as we're giving ourselves a moment to gear up and get ready for this one. 113 laps around the Phillip Island circuit, 500 kilometers of racing coming your way here on SimSpeed TV in about 5 minutes' time. Give us a short break here, and we'll be back to get you ready for the green flag action.
Are you new to sim racing, or maybe
This is your chance to get behind the wheel. The opportunity to race just like the pros. From the grassroots levels, where we all got our start, to the most popular race cars on the planet. From the fairgrounds of Nashville to the high banks of Daytona, to tracks that will never be forgotten. Realistic driving, intense competition, all from the comfort of your own home. This is the ultimate motorsports simulation. This is iRacing.
The world's premier online racing game. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat to experience today's newest form of competitive motorsport, virtual racing, all from your home PC. Race virtually in endorsed series from NASCAR, IndyCar, IMSA, the World of Outlaws, Aussie Supercars and more. Take on legendary circuits like Daytona, Silverstone and the Nürburgring. Join iRacing's global online racing community and get on track today at iRacing.com.
sim racing, or maybe a veteran struggling to reach the next level? Have you ever wondered how the aliens reach impressive lap times that seem impossible to achieve? If so, you're not alone. Most drivers reach a certain level and get stuck. But getting faster on track is easier than you think. V8S coaches are some of the best sim racers in the world, and offer one-on-one driver skills training at affordable rates to help new drivers learn the basics and help experienced drivers break through to the next level. Are you ready to get faster and get off the iRating roller coaster? If so, VRS one-on-one personal training is for you. If you've invested in your equipment, it might be time to invest in yourself. Just go to virtualracingschool.com and sign up for a 30, 60 or 90-minute session with one of our world-class coaches, and you'll learn exactly what to do for faster lap times and more podiums.
This is fantastic. This is GT racing right now. He's got traction. He's going with the outside of both of them. Maloney. Oh, he's taken Anderson. Anderson's up to him. Oh my God. Big crash. Oh my goodness. Half the field's going to get rolled.
Second very close. These guys I want to make their way through the field very quickly. Oh, there we go. Oh no. That's massive. This is it. This is over. I can't believe this. Oh my God.
God, what?
You're watching Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS. The grid is set and all the drivers are out there ready to take the standing start for the Phillip Island 500. We went through the grid just before we went on the break here, but just to refresh your memories, it is pole position for the Pursuit Sim Racing 1 car. Michael Taliansich is going to take that one over from Andrew Gilliam. I'm Reese Gardner, Dan Yeaman alongside me in the comms box, and Jay Kennedy on production. The crew is here to bring you 113 laps of racing action. Now, Dan, 44 cars taking to the start of this race. It's going to be quite a difficult one. Very short run down the start-finish straight towards turn 1, but it's a slight uphill start for the drivers at the front of the field. Looks like the Pursuit Sim Racing 201 getting on the field at the last second to try and keep some temperature into their tyres. I'll throw to you in just a sec, Dan, because we're about to go for the race start. 20 seconds remaining on the clock. Who is going to get the best run off the line, and who is going to lead into turn 1? A few teams putting their second drivers in for the race start, so things are going to be quite interesting on these first couple of laps. Timer hits 0, and we'll get ready to go for the standing start here. The revs rise, line lockers in, and we are away. It's a stall from the Synergy entry of Damien Johnstone. He out of 4th. He's going to lose some positions on the way down to turn 1, but it is Pursuit 201 leading. 9.5 Simsports Sean McNamara going to challenge him into turn 1. Too wide for 3rd place. Corey Shepard making his way up to 3rd versus Jared Philsell. And oh my goodness, they're almost going to go 3 wide. Shepard a little bit wide in Southern Loop. That's going to give the advantage to Richard Hamstead, who's taken over the number 29 from Jake Maloney. Meanwhile, the Synergy machine of Wayne Burke. Oh, goodness gracious. There's stuff happening all through the field here as they come down to Honda for the first time.
That there is the ERT-84, the 52 Jinx Shifters, the 134 from Synergy, all entangled on the exit of turn 2. There were cars off in the dirt at turn 1. The championship leading car with Brady Myers on board dented in the rear. Ethan Warren did not get the launch, I think, and got absolutely rear-ended off the grid. Look at that car. It's already been turned from a Commodore into a Cruise. The 22 machine there in the mid-pack as the field streaks their way up the hill into Lukey Heights for the first time. And, well, not quite a stall, but just a poor launch from Johnson at the front. Thankfully, though, the cars around him able to navigate that one without too much fuss as there's more wobbles further on back over the top of Lukey Heights. To number 14. of Greg Favell in the Taipan Endurance car. But we check out here 88 of Michael Schreier and Ryan Borg in the 017 side by side. Driving to the lane immediately, Brad Vaughan in the 923 for ERT has come down the lane on lap 1. There are multiple drivers with black flags, in fact. The 22 TTR, the 41 DPR, the 47 TTR. Mechanical black flags for both ERTs, 84 and 923. It has been a very, very crazy lap 1.
That it has. So we've already got plenty of cars in the lane. Yeah, Vaughan in the 923, Worley in the DPR 41, and Kurt Stenberg in the pits in the 47. Scott Gamble is going to bring the ERT 84 in. He and Sebastian Flock won't be too happy with that one. But once again, bit of a chaotic lap 1. You'd think it was a short sprint and not a 500k enduro at this stage, but drivers definitely coming off worse at the front there. Speaking of the front, we are looking at Michael Taliancic, Sean McNamara, and Jared Filsell here. Taliancic doing a good job to continue leading this one. He's not always a driver who is on pace with these guys, but the fact that he's been able to hold on for the lead here over the first 1.5 laps, definitely a testament to the preparation he and Andrew Gilliam have put into this one. A very good setup must be on that Pursuit Sim Racing 201. But now drivers are going to have to start trying to get into a rhythm. McNamara slightly wide on the entry into the final corner, but he straightens up the exit nicely. Looking back at Jared Filsell, one of the most successful drivers in the history of this series. McNamara's got the run on Taliancic, but he's going to lift off. Filsell, though, thinks, yes, I'm going to have a go here at second place. Doesn't quite work out. And that's going to bring them right in. The Trans-Tasman Racing 22, meanwhile, has just come into the pits. Ethan Warren, of course, suffering that damage off the start that you mentioned, Dan. They're going to fall back some way here.
Serving a black flag as well. Just remember that the 3 cars, 2 of the TTR machines and the number 41 DPR machine, all picking up iRacing black flags for jump starts, in addition to the mechanical black flags for the ERT pair. And speaking of which, though, the ERT drivers, unfortunately, the 923 is still got a mechanical black flag to its name. The 84 ERT car has been able to clear its mechanical black flag, so they can get back out and race, but they're a fair ways down. On board with Corey Shepard in the 008, though, up through the hay shed, trying to go around the outside of Richard Hampstead through there, and he will almost get the job done, but Hampstead gets a nose back in front over Lukey Heights here. Going to have ourselves side by side all the way down to MG here. Reese in this fight for P4. Hampstead nose ahead, but Shepard's not giving it up. He's not done. He's going to put the nose in. It's lap 3, boys. Let's keep it nice and calm. No need to be risking extra damage to yourself and your rivals, especially if you want to make sure you've got a couple of allies, at least neutral, if rather than enemies at this stage of the race, as we riding on board with Wayne Burke there for a second, who was watching it all unfold directly in front of him there.
Oh, goodness, Berkey almost fancying a chance up the inside of Corey Shepard at turn 1 there, but not going to happen for the time being. Oh, position made up back in the field for 14th. Meanwhile, Tyler Blackburn's gotten past Bo Albert, who's driving the number 2 DBM Beyond Blue car. They've actually traded places again, but the battling is certainly up at the front here. It's mostly single file for the time being, but Jared Filsell having a look up the inside of Sean McNamara, and Sean sees him coming, gives him room. So there we go. SSR Boost Mobile Racing, powered by Erebus Motorsport, up into second place, and this is where we're really going to start seeing Jared Filsell show why he's a 3-time champion of this series.
Just checking on further on back, it's surely now a matter of when, not if, the 94 car takes the race lead, given the decision to put Taliancic in to start the race, and well, hopefully, I would think, in that case, clear his minimum driver laps and then hand off to Andrew Gilliam. Of course, 39 laps, the minimum requirement for one driver to clear, as you mentioned, during the practice session as we prepared for the qualifying race, but there is an important sort of asterisk to that one. Their drivers can come in at the end of lap 39 and complete their driver change if and only if they're the starting driver here today in the race, and they do not get back in the car later on and leave it to their primary driver, which may be an option for teams who have a slightly imbalanced lineup relative to the rest of the field. Whereas if you get back in the car later on, well, that will obviously nullify the point of it. But it's a bit of an issue on here because, of course, the timing line is after all of the pit boxes here at Phillip Island. So you come in at the end of lap 39. Technically, that doesn't count to you because the driver who takes the car across the line will be given that lap as just at the back of fight for P3. Hampstead up the inside of McNamara. A bit late, bit of a shoulder bump on the way through the apex there. Reese, but he gets the job done and moves himself into a bit of clean air to try and chase down the top two. As meanwhile, further on back, the number 13 Race on Oz car, Tyler Blackburn behind the wheel, getting on past Bo Albert in the number 2 DBM Beyond Blue entry at the moment. Albert subbing in at late notice for Matt Bowler. So Albert very much one of the guys that was mentioned there who probably looking to be more of a co-driver for this one and just clear the minimum ASAP and hand off to Robbie Gibbs for the rest of the race in that car, for example.
Indeed, Bo Albert usually drives for Altus Esports. Defence behind him, meanwhile, Ryan Leonage trying to keep Luke Mitchinson behind him. And this battling that had happened between Blackburn and Albert really compressing this small pack for 14th to 17th. Mitchinson trying to pick up the draft of Ryan Leonage coming down the front straight. We've still got a few cars in the pit lane off the race start here. And goodness me, this is already showing up to be quite an action-packed race. We've still got the 2 ERT cars in the lane, the 84 and the 923, and they've been in there for quite some time. So it hasn't gotten off to a great start for a couple of the ERT entries, but it's still a long race.
Oh, spin!
Oh,
that Honda.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Okay.
The 951 of Sean McNamara tapped in the rear by a double 08 of Shepard. It sends both of the cars tumbling down the timing charts as they rejoin the track at Siberia. We are going to go to a replay of that moment there, thanks to Virtual Racing School, and just see here as they come down to Honda hairpin, McNamara half covers it, doors open for Shepard, but doesn't get anywhere near close enough alongside, and around they go, and then gets a bit of a slap there from the recovering McNamara to Shepard for good measure, and they both tumble off the road and lose a whole bunch of spots. McNamara recovers on road to P11, and Shepard down in P14 as we go back to live pictures and check in with your top two, because Phil Sell's looking racy, and I think he wants through in the next couple of corners so he can start building a margin for this opening stint of the race to give himself the advantage over that PSR car for when Killiam gets back behind the wheel, Bruce.
Indeed, it's always a pleasure to watch Jared Philsell dance an Australian touring car around a virtual racetrack. We've got our first penalty coming in from race control. Team Jinx Shifters, number 52. It looks like Thomas Hins has picked up a black flag for contact on lap 1 as Philsell goes through for the race lead. That was a nice textbook move at Honda hairpin, and now we'll see where Jared Philsell is most comfortable in the lead of a race. I remember when he raced more regularly in this series, it was pretty much a given at any event that once he got into the lead, he would start gapping and he would just drive away out in front. Let's see what he can do to try and set some lap times. And we'll talk briefly about strategy here, because we're starting to get up to the point where the pit window will really start opening for drivers. You can pit any time from the end of lap 2. However, splitting up the stints here as we get a replay of the race start here, we'll see that 033 just not get a good run off the line, and then we'll see the number 84 of Scott Gamble go for a little bit of a ride here, potentially in turn 2. Oh yes, some contact there sent off the track. This is where the penalty will come from for the number 52.
Yep, so a bit of a gap on the inside.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Loop, and Joe Bailey behind the wheel of the car at the time. And then, unfortunately, the 134 Synergy Sim Racing car joins the party there. And I think Brunt currently behind the wheel of the SSR machine. Not quite sure if he was. And unfortunately, Both ERT machines have retired, it seems, from the race. So we're down from 44 already to 42. And back to live pitch as we go. And, well, no surprises there. Jared Phillip is away. But also now Richard Hampstead wants on through. And I guess so does Wayne Burke there. Try and clear Mike Taliancic, who is certainly now the cork in the bottle for everyone but the race leader.
Indeed, you see the gap that Phil Sell's done already is covered off at MG by Tally. Then Hammer tried his best to make his way through. Unsuccessful that time. A little bit of a bump for good measure through MG. We're seeing that the incident that we caught earlier between the 008 and the 951, that's Shepard and McNamara, under investigation by race control. So we'll see whether or not a penalty comes in for Shepard from that. Hampstead, though, in the slipstream of Taliancic, not able to get the move done at turn 1, but maybe gives him a little tap in the middle of the very quick Doohan corner. Goodness me. You know, racing online, you've got to be careful making contact in these things. You can race them quite close, but oh boy, got to take it easy here in the opening laps. We're only getting to 10 laps into this 113 lap race, and further to the point I was trying to make earlier, when it comes to lap 17, you'll be able to pit at the end of 17 and make it 3 32-lap full tank stints to the end of the race if you save just a little bit of fuel. It's about 3.5 litres per lap fuel usage in these cars in clear air. So if you divide that up, you'll get about 31.98 laps to a tank. Lift and coast a little bit, you can make it 32 laps. And that's how a lot of drivers are going to split it. 3 full tank stints, 1 short stint. But when do you take that short stint is the question.
Yeah, that will be one to watch out for. And of course, manual safety cars here in this series will mix things up a bit as well. Just seeing there, Rehan Lineage, one of our big movers up the field, but then critically also our biggest mover, it would seem so far. 393 machine of Cameron Jones up from 35th place into 20th. And just as we were talking about some of our big movers up the field, race control issuing a penalty to 008 for Shepard behind the wheel for the contact with McNamara at the Honda hairpin on lap 6. That will see him join the other cars that have tumbled down the order with their own black flags so far in this race, although those ones, with the exception of the Jing Shift 2, black flags for iRacing starts. But yeah, 2 penalties now from race control in this one so far. Reece, looks like it's going to be a busy day for them as Hampstead locks up the inside front at Honda. And that allows Wayne Burke through into P3 now as they continue to try and find a way past Taliancic, who, impressively, Reece, has found some pace on Phillip on the last lap. In fact, several tenths quicker than everyone around him at the moment in the 201 Pursuit Sim Racing machine.
Yeah, at the moment, Taliancic doesn't have anyone to battle with, so he's taking advantage of that, and he is definitely sticking within slipstream range of Jared Phillip. He's doing a really good job in that 201 machine, and that'll put it in a good spot for when Andrew Gilliam takes over. Incident between cars 124 and 134 on lap 1. No further action from race control. So not every incident is going to result in a penalty here. The crew at Oceanic Sim Racing obviously analysing every incident and making their decisions. Have a look at that, though. The 201 trying their darndest to stay in touch with the 94 and succeeding for the time being. But have a look at Wayne Burke. Having made that move on Richard Hampstead at Honda last lap, he's really jetting up. And there's another no further action from race control with the 22 TTR machine, 60 in the 087 as well, not being investigated further by race control. So down to Honda they come, and we check a little bit further back here to the 155, but here is Brad Ryan trying to go around the outside of Richard Hampstead. These two drivers, former teammates at the old TTL Esports team back in the day. We're talking about 10 years ago, with Rainer Costello currently in the number 96, my apologies, but certainly if Ryan and Hampstead are together on track at some point in this race, it will be like old times. Rayner definitely doing a good job there to take advantage of Richard Hampstead's issues, and he's a little bit off at the moment as Richard Hampstead. He was right in the fight for third place, but he's lost quite a bit of time over the last lap and a bit.
Yeah, definitely coming under pressure from Burke last time by, and now this lap around, Costello being the one to apply the pressure. We're going to jump back on board with the man in P2, Michael Taliancic, because look at the slipstream he's picking up off of your race leader. He rolls out of it, though. Not going to fight that one into turn one, especially when Wayne Burke is right there behind, though Burke is thinking about it, maybe into the southern loop. No, just going to show the nose and maybe try and force Taliancic into going a bit deep and compromising the run through the turn. So it's getting very interesting up the front. Phil Sells recovered a bit on the last lap, only half a tenth off of what Taliancic did, but we've been losing a lot of time on the previous laps. So that's up the inside from Taliancic at the Honda hairpin. Phil Sells going to be there and have the inside for Siberia. The job's going to go back and forth between these two, but all right, it's on.
Yes, it is, and Tally sent a bit wide there. Slight contact with Phil Sell. That's going to allow Burke alongside for potential P2. They're side by side through Hayshed, and Phil Sell's probably thinking, okay, I'm going to get away from this as quickly as I can because these two guys are really wanting to get back past me. And Burke's going to try and complete the move at MG, but it's inside for Taliancic, and they almost went into each other. Have a look at that. That's allowed Hampstead to catch right back up to these two, and he could potentially find himself back in P3, depending on how things go. Inside into the final turn for Wayne Burke. Taliancic is going to have to yield on the exit here, but he's going to still be in the slipstream. Jared Philsell leading by 0.4 of a second now, and Taliancic is still not done. This is just about the raciest I've ever seen Michael Taliancic.
I wasn't expecting to see today, that's for sure, especially given the drivers he's currently in present company with. Although, unfortunately, that gamble at turn one is not going to pay off as Richard Hampstead got the inside for turn two. They banged doors several times on the exit. What that actually does is give Taliancic the nose back through on the it's on the outside of the Stoner corner, then the inside here for the Honda hairpin. But now your top six are covered by only a second, and well, actually it's top five within a second. P6 is just outside, and El Nabi's just there. Pardon me, Dane Johnson, apologies, who's partnering with El Nabi, not too far back. So top seven, nose to tail here, and well, you can probably call it top 10 pretty much nose to tail because they're all still. It's 3 seconds covering 10 cars here in the opening 12 laps down, 13th lap of the race. And well, now it's Wayne Burke's turn to try and apply the pressure to Phil Sell here for the race lead.
Wayne Burke's been on an absolutely brilliant run of form in the last few rounds, taking one of the race victories at Interlagos and definitely keeping himself in the top 5 fight in just about every round of this season. It's amazing what's happened to Synergy in the last 12 months. He's picking up the slipstream of Jared Philsell as this defensive slightly in the background there for Richard Hampstead, still trying to keep Rayner Costello behind him. And this is looking rather close. It's going to give Adam Briggs an advantage here, and he's pulling along John Stone, Latter, Harrison Dengate, and Brian Borg in what is now the top-placed Premier Mustang with that penalty for the 008 with Coy Shepard at the wheel. On the brakes again for Honda. Is Costello going to sneak up the inside of Hampstead? He's going to give it a go. A lock-up for Michael Taliancic just up ahead. But Hampstead is going to have the inside for Siberia and should be able to defend the position for the time being. Just sneaks ahead, but they do make contact, and that sends Rayner Costello wide. Gives an opportunity for Adam Briggs to pass, but it's not going to happen, at least until MG potentially.
Indeed, they get back into single file and climb up and over Lukey Heights here through turn 9. And all seems somewhat calm for the time being, but you can just see there at the back of the group, Ken Latter now aboard the 25 SSR machine, looking to try and just possibly thinking of a move through on fellow stablemate Damien Johnson, but looks to have decided against that one. They will carry on as they were here. one of the drivers to make some solid moves in this race is Brian Borg, up 5 spots to join the guys here in the top 10 in that Premier 017. You can see nice steady train here. And then not too far back, McNamara and Schreier in a little pairing of their own. And then look at this here. Tyler Blackburn leads Bo Albert, Michael Whiting and Cameron Jones side by side between Whiting and Albert through turn 1. And Albert going to hang on to that spot, I believe, around the outside. Yes. Able to keep the spot as back to the front, though, Reese. And well, he's not quite making a move yet, is Wayne Burke, but not giving Jared Philsell any freedom to go anywhere. And Taliancic still staying with those 2 ahead of him.
He is indeed doing quite well, this top 3, not allowing Philsell to get away. Philsell might be doing a slight bit of fuel saving as this battle is continuing on the way into Honda. There's Corey Shepard trying to make up places after his penalty, just getting by Vincent Skilbeck in the Wheelie Bins Mayhem Republic car. And Shepard now down to 30th place after his penalty. Would have been a lot lower when he came out of the pits, but he's wasting no time trying to make his way further up the field. A safety car could potentially bring that car back into contention. Meanwhile, the battle for 11th and 12th. Sean McNamara, despite having that poor run off the line, is continuing to hold on to a pretty good position here. Currently 11th and holding off the number 88 car, Michael Schreier at the wheel. He will give the car to Brenton Hobson. At some point in this race, just up ahead, side by side into turn 1, Harrison Dengate is going for it on Kenneth Latta, and they almost bang wheels on the exit of turn 1. It looks like Latta managing to keep that place for the time being. Now that these drivers are well into a rhythm, we're really starting to see what these drivers are like on full race runs. Dengate is not going to allow Latta to get away, though. A warning, meanwhile, to the number 29, Richard Hampstead at the wheel for blocking. That is interesting to see.
It's a very, well, not something I see very often. Oh no,
there's contact between them.
Yeah, Reina Costello, it's going to take the 143 car into the dirt momentarily and put them out of position. And it was an ambitious get up on the curb there from the 96 ERT machine. To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a penalty come their way from race control as a result of it. We'll have a look at it again on the replay from Virtual Racing School. But, I mean, if it was me, I mean, yes, he's been given a warning for blocking in this case. And you see there, Costello jumps up on the curb, and he was never really there. We saw Shepard get penalised for a similar amount of overlap and contact at the Honda hairpin. Jump on board with Costello to confirm just what it looked like here on board with his car. The gap's not really there. Hampstead's just looking for the late apex, tries to keep it open to avoid contact, and cannot be avoided in that particular instance as we head back to live pictures. And, well, P4, but for how much longer? You wouldn't think very long, as Hampstead is back there in 12th at the moment.
Yeah, warning for blocking or no, I think you can't blame Richard Hampstead for that incident. He probably wasn't expecting Costello to go for such a late dive at Siberia, so his hands are clean from that. Got cars in the pits meanwhile. Henry King taking over the 208, and it looks like the 208 is going for that sort of reverse race strategy. They're getting their short stint out of the way there. But all things considered, the Team Jinx Shifters 208, the car was started by Henry King. My apologies, he's staying in the car. But it's going to be 3 full tank stints to the end for that car.
We'll see, I guess, maybe the play there, but all we know, might be doing something a little bit off strategy as well to mix things up. Checking in here with the fight for 15th. Tyler Blackburn leads Michael Whiting, Cameron Jones, and then still in this group, also got Bo Albert, Craig Schultz, Gianni Lutsu, and Teo Sereno. So 15th through 21st, 7 cars lined up here in a nice little row at the moment. And, well, for most of them, they're making moves forward through the field. The penalty indeed came through for the number 96 machine, so he will drop out of P4 soon enough. As a result, René Costello, yes, getting stuck behind the TTR 29 machine, but that wasn't the way to get himself out of it there. Unfortunately for him, in that sense, as we check out Adam Briggs trying to recover after having to dodge to the dirt up the inside of Harrison Dengate here at Honda Racing. Able to make that move without too much fuss. Dengate, I think, knowing there that the 143 machine is a bit out of place for the moment, and definitely would prefer to be on the move forward without having to scrap too hard, given we're less than 20 laps into this one.
Yep, still a long way to go here as the SSR car's back up into 7th place. He'll try and line up his teammate Kenneth Latter potentially soon as they make their way into MG. It is a Synergy Sim Racing 567 at the moment, but we should see that ERT number 96 pull into the lane momentarily. Rainer Costello would have received news of that penalty, and in he goes. Drive through for the number 96 for that incident earlier on with Richard Hampstead at Siberia. And you lose quite a bit of time going through the pits here at Phillip Island. It's not the longest pit lane in the world, but a very fast front straight, so you do end up losing quite a bit of time. There goes Adam Briggs up the inside of Kenneth Latter. Will it be fought, though, by his teammate? It certainly will be. Latter, outside for turn 1, becomes inside for Southern Loop. And the ERT 96 has come out of the lane, penalty served, and they are down in 25th place at the moment.
Much like the other drive-through penalties we're seeing so far in this one, sending your drivers a long way back down the field. Up the inside under brakes goes Briggs. This time Latter leaves the door 6 miles wide to allow stablemate from SSR through and able to prevent Dengate slipping on through as well. And behind Dengate also there, Brian Borg to still hang on to actually now what is P8 thanks to the shuffling that has happened. 10th place is currently held by the SSR 88 of Michael Schreier as we check further on down the field. It was 15th on back to 21st. It's now 3 cars, 14 through 16, and then 17th on back there now as Albert's continuing to circulate here and just keep the car in one piece. But Craig Schultz, Gianni Lutsu both looking for a spot as that was a big dive up the inside of MG from Schultz, but he's not able to get there to take that place this time by, but we'll have a good chance at a run down the front stretch, you would think, here into turn 1.
Yeah, 4-car fight here with Albert, the 295 cars of Schultz and Lutzu, and then Teo Sorono in the Pursuit Sim Racing 155. There is the draft for the number 43, and a big amount of overspeed coming into the first corner. Albert's going to draw level on the exit, though. He's still going to have the inside. Oh, big save there for Craig Schultz, and he has to give up that position to Gianni Lutsu and potentially to Teo Sorono as well. How's the exit here for the 9.5 car? Just dips a wheel into the gravel, and that is going to be a slight compromise, and that's going to allow Sorono through for the time being. Will it be fought at Honda? No, it won't. Schultz just deciding to fall back in line and recover, get the tyre temp back down as, oh dear, well, it's all going wrong again here for the number 29, Hampstead. He was down into 12th and unfortunately has had an off at Siberia. I don't know if that was contact. Let's see then. He was carrying damage to the left-hand side already, and this is getting involved with the 9.5 Commodore, trying around the outside of Siberia. Oh dear. It does look like maybe a slight bit of contact, maybe locking up on the way into Siberia on the outside, but either way, that is unfortunate for the pairing of Hampstead and Maloney. Their race start was really good, but unfortunately, it's falling apart towards the end of the first stint.
Something there. The angle didn't quite help us sort of understand what was going on there, unfortunately, as we check back to the front of the field, and looks like finally, after sticking with the top two, Mark Taliancic is still somewhat there, Reese, but has had to drop. He's dropped back to the tune of about 1 second gap between himself and Wayne Burke in second. Is just checking again this group here once again. Gianni Lutz has gotten through now on Bo Albert, and it's Teo Sereno's turn to try and make his way through on this number 2 machine, which is moving backwards down the order at the moment. 4 spots down from the starting spot, but cars still, for the most part, looking clean and in one piece, and that's important as hello. 3 wide on the through Honda hairpin. How did that happen?
Michael Whiting taking advantage, but oh, it's all gone wrong. 3 wide on the way into Siberia. Cameron Jones, contact on the inside, went into Michael Whiting and tripped through the sand pit here for the Fishy Motorsport car with the Chickadee-inspired livery. We'll get a replay of that one. So Cameron Jones making the move there on the Race on Oz car, and then Whiting thinks, okay, I'm going to take advantage of this, but unfortunately, contact on the inside just went into him, and I think the Fishy crew are going to be very unhappy with that one.
Yeah, we'll see how things go as we get the wide shot, checking out the race leaders. I've just seen Harrison Dengate make his way around Kenneth Latter on the approach to turn 1, so a place gained for the 63 WKP car, up 4 spots from where they started now, and definitely doing a good job at this moment. I mean, there's certainly a mix of co-drivers and primary drivers in this one at the moment. We'll have to see what Blake Warboys can do, because I think Dengate of the pairing here is probably going to be considered the co-driver of the 2. See what can be done when the main drivers get in the cars around him, and they too do their driver switches. Brian Borg, focus on him for a second here, was coming under a little bit of pressure into Honda from the 88 of Michael Schreier, but no change there this time by at least, as they then wind their way up past the hay shed here on lap 22.
Up into Lukey Heights and down into MG. Johnstone still holding off Dengate here, who's put on excuse me, some excellent driving here in the first stage of the race. Checking back in with the number 29, meanwhile, after their trip into the gravel at Siberia. Hamstep trying to find his way past Tyler Blackburn, who was the Race on Oz car involved in that 3-wide incident that put Michael Whiting into the gravel. Wayne Burke still keeping Jared Philsell very honest here at the front of the field, as there's Bo Albert back up the inside here at the number 43, but round the outside of the final corner, hello, Greg Favell is going to make great advantage here from this 32nd place start for the number 14, but up the inside into turn 1, goodness gracious. I have to say, that was very well played there from Greg Favell. That is 2 positions gained.
And then makes full advantage of it to get clean run out of turn 2 as trouble at Honda between Dengate and Latter. Bit of crisscross and wheel lock, it seems, as Latter gets back through on the 63 machine. Brian Borg wants a piece of the pie, but it looks like Latter either deep through Siberia or intentionally redressing that one to avoid further issues, and that's one of the first redresses we've caught on camera here today. And what that done is allowed, well, it's actually blocked up everyone else behind him, as they actually haven't changed spots there. Borg still ahead of Schreier and McNamara, but just backing the group up as they come over Lukey Heights. Borg shows the nose, but he's not there when he does force his Latter to miss the apex, though, of MG a bit, as they then come back out through turns 11, turn 12, but they're still all lined up in a row here. And now, what can any of these guys do? Incident 3-way incident there between the 13 of Blackburn, the 393 of Cameron Jones, and the 307 Michael Whiting under investigation from race control. Of course, we caught that one there just a moment ago as we check in with one of those cars involved. The 393 of Jones has got Hamstead trying to get on through, and indeed Hamstead gets on through at turn 1, although Jones trying to hang on to it. That doesn't get the job done. Meanwhile, just check in with Latter again. Reese, he's just lost a spot around the outside, going too deep at turn 2, and now under pressure from Schreier for P8.
Yeah, stays middle of the road, but he's late. Oh, God, he's late. Oh, and off into the gravel trap. Thank goodness no other cars were made contact with as a result of that. They're going to continue, though. 88 of Schreier side by side with the 951 machine. This is now the battle for 8th place, side by side through Hayshed. Here we go, boys. And it looks like McNamara is going to cover that off for the time being. There's been so much in the way of jostling for position here back in the pack. Incredible to see. And we're only 24 laps in. We're not even a quarter of the way through this race.
Yeah, it has been plenty frenetic so far as rejoins with around Cameron Jones and Richard Hampstead here. Wants on through, but having gained 21 spots so far in this one, Cameron Jones would rather keep all the gains he can so far as they make their way down the front stretch and get lap 25 underway in this race. As there's a car coming down off the lane. That looks like the 134 SSR machine. It is. Fortunately, they've gone down a lap on the race leader.
Looks like Matthew Brunt has given up the car there to Cameron Veacock, and they were taking the motorcycle pit exit to stay out of the way of everyone coming down the front stretch. It's preferred to use the car pit exit, which exits earlier, but drivers are free to use the motorcycle pit exit if they so desire. It's more of a judgment call than anything else. Number 124, meanwhile, on the way into the Honda hairpin. Rob Carmichael in the Pursuit Sim Racing 2 car down in 25th, sorry. Been passed by Jamie Dyke as of recent, and Liam Jensen in the race on Oz 009 trying to find his way through, but contact on the way into Siberia. He's going to have to wait a little bit longer to get that done. They've got the Premier Racing Team number 60 behind them as well, with Brody Sentence. And news there up the top from Race Control. That 3-wide incident we saw into Siberia, no further action. And I don't think Michael Whiting's going to be too happy with that.
Probably not, no. Let's see where Race Control's going with that one there. Yeah, number 13, which was on the inside of it all, moves across a bit. Maybe just not quite aware of the situation, and an honest mistake, you would think, in that kind of situation, as McNamara now under pressure from Michael Schreier into turns 1 and 2, but able to hang on for now. And meanwhile, shall we go check in with the race leaders? Because whilst this has been happening, look what's happened up front.
Oh yes, there has been a change for the lead. Number 89 now past the 94. And when was that done? That happened quite some time ago. It looks to me like it was a move up the inside of Lukey Heights.
About a minute ago. So yeah, Lukey Heights checks out position-wise on the circuit as we go to a replay of it from Virtual Racing School here.
Phil Sell lost the rear.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah, that opened the door for Wayne Burke to get through into the race lead. It was done cleanly. We'll see it on board here from Berkey. Phil Sell probably going into Lukey Heights a bit too hard, and you'll see the little squirm right there from the rear. Sent him wide, had to get on the brakes to avoid going into the gravel trap, and there we go. A rare mistake from Jared Phil Sell, but he can still come back from it. Wayne Burke at the moment leading by 0.6 of a second. This might actually work to the advantage of Phil Sell and Scott. They can afford to fuel save a little bit now in the draft, and that could help them later on, especially if a safety car eventually comes out. And it's very rare that we see a V8SCOPS Enduro without the safety car making an appearance at some point. 2x2 into turn 1. Kenneth Latter here, still trying his best to hold on to some places, and he's going to try and keep Gianni Lutzu behind him. Lutzu, of course... oh dear.
It's
dear.
gotten bigger.
Oh dear. Oh yeah, it's gotten way big, and unfortunately that's going to be Latter into the tyre barrier. Doesn't look like too much in the way of damage on that car, though. We'll have to wait and see what that car is like to drive. That was very unfortunate. Just big coming together on the exit of turn 2. We'll get it on the replay here. So Latter...
Yeah, turn 1.
Yeah, Latter defending the inside, but unfortunately there was contact on the exit between himself and Lutzu, and then trying to come through was Teo Sorono, but Latter going to the inside. Unfortunately, the door closed, and that is quite the hit to the tyre bundles. It could have been worse, though.
Yeah, car still moving, and sort of only scraped the side panels, but now under pressure from the number 60 Premier Racing Team car, apologies, which has Brody Sentence behind the wheel and down in 25th place. So unfortunately, this car, having started very strongly, is now flipping back through the field through multiple moments as he tries to hang around the outside of the final turn and will indeed keep a nose in it, forcing Sentence narrow. And now the drag race turn 1, inside line, and the nose ahead, I think, seems the latter. Yes, he will have that nose in. But Sentence going to try and keep it around the outside and will be able to hang on to it there and cover that spot off. Incident between cars 25 and 155 going to be investigated there. So interesting. Well, has been reported by the drivers. I'm not sure what can be done about the 155 there. Teo Sereno on the inside, just trying to find a bit of space after the contact immediately in front of him between the 25 and the 551 in that moment. But we'll let you know what happens there as we check out this fight that's continuing to brew race at the back end of the top 10. And
Leader
indeed,
into the pits.
slightly early, it's a little bit earlier than I think we were expecting, but 28 laps it will be for Wayne Burke. He brings that number 89 machine to the lane. And teammate in the 88 machine, Michael Schreier, is going to come to the pits as well from 9th place on the road.
Okay, this is interesting. Burke will bring it in, and it looks like it's going to be a driver change. Tom Freer is going to take over the number 89 machine, and we'll see if it's the same story for the car behind. Michael Schreier, it looks like, is going to be staying in the number 88. So Wayne Burke has only completed 28 laps. He's going to have to get back in the car at some point. We're also seeing a pit stop for the DBM Beyond Blue entry, Bo Albert bringing it in. And I think after the incident earlier, no surprise to see that Kenneth Latter has decided to bring it into the lane as well. Might elect to take a couple of repairs as there's a nice little scrap on the way through. Honda hairpin, Brian Borg trying his best to hold on to something here in the 017 entry. It looks like there's been another problem for the number 29 this time at the Honda hairpin. Hampstead going to be falling all the way down to 18th position from that. What on earth is going on in that Trans-Tasman 29? It's just been incident after incident here in the early stages. Was this something that Richard did on his own? Middle of the road on the way into Honda, and oh man, just a lock up on the entry, and the car just slithers off into the grass.
Yeah, that's another driver that I wouldn't have thought would be making mistakes like that unforced at this phase of the race, but just struggling a bit with adaptation perhaps to the changing fuel loaders. Teo Sereno completely misses the road at the top of the hill, and then contact with one of the Synergy cars coming on through there, through the final turn. Kokoschki in the 868 machine takes a side swipe as a result of that. That was unexpected, to say the least. And, well, boy, oh boy, it's getting a little busy here as we're approaching the end of the field. So already well out in the grass at Lukey Heights. So has it just come on loose here on the way in? Nope, just runs it deep. Locked and unable to rotate in like he wants. So through the gravel, over the grass, down the hill we go.
And the
then
thing
the
is,
bridge, it's a bit wobbly, but
yeah,
he's on the left side. So I'll walk Kokoschki here. Oh no, door's shutting, door shutting, door shutting. Door is not fully shut.
Yeah, unfortunate there. I think Serrano was just trying to get back onto the racing line, but Kokoschki was coming up very quickly. And speaking of Kokoschki, he runs a little deep at Honda, and that is going to allow the number 60 Premier entry alongside. Brody Sentence trying his best here to make up a place. Michael Whiting's in it as well. It's just about every time we've looked in on Whiting, he's been involved in a battle of some kind. Leader is in, meanwhile. Jared Philsell has brought the number 94 in at the end of lap 30, and he's joined in the pits by the Trans-Tasman 22. Ethan Warren finally bringing that car in after their dramas on lap 1. Could potentially get some repairs done, and we'll see if Brady Myers jumps on in Looks like James Scott is taking over the 94 from Jared Phillip. We've also seen Sean McNamara come in as well. So the lead falls back into the hands of the 201 Pursuit Sim Racing entry for the time being. Another no further action call there from race control for that three-way incident between the 551, the 25 and the 155. So that was what put Kenneth Ladder off into the grass on the exit of Southern Loop. Looked to me like a racing incident. We'll check a bit further forward then as it's Race on Oz versus Synergy there into Siberia. Tom Freer goes ahead of James Scott, and that's going to be a good judge as to how much time is lost over the course of a pit stop there. 9 seconds behind now is the number 94, and we got to remember that it's a 30-second flat for a driver change, and fuel and tires are done at the same time in these cars. I would say that a driver change doesn't quite extend pit stop time all that much. Tally brings it into the lane meanwhile in the 201. It's interesting to see that gap though. A 4-second longer stop for the 94, but the gap ultimately 9 seconds. So I think there might have been some issues entering and exiting for that car.
It must have been, yeah. Just trying to see if I can find them on the timing charts once again. There's James Scott. 1 minute 3 pit transition time versus 58 seconds. That's 4 seconds on the road. The laps don't compute somewhat. There's a definitely advantage SSR versus, well, it's SSR versus SSR in the grand scheme of things. But technically one of those, of course, being Jared's Boost Mobile Racing, powered by Erebus in partnership with the full Synergy outfit. Speaking of Synergy, one of the leading Synergy cars yet to come to the pits, well, it's Adam Briggs, and he's currently got some lap traffic behind him. The Wheelie Bins 091 and the Pursuit car, number 124 machine, they're racing for position, but that position is 38th place. And having completed one of their pit stops, they're on fresh tyres, and as a result, they've got all the pace in the world relative to your race leader, who will dip down the lane, and that will release them. Get those guys back on the lead lap for now, as another driver in the pits, Jared Bailey's brought the 52 Jinx Shifters car in from further up ahead. Otherwise, looks like everyone going a little bit longer here at the front of the field. They will make it 33 laps here on their opening tanks of fuel.
Rob Carmichael chasing down Jason Bentz, who's taken over, the 091 from Vincent Skilbeck. Bentsy a little bit wide on the exit of turn 2. Could give an advantage here to Mr. Carmichael, who's been in the car from the race start, and up the inside of Honda he goes, fighting for 37th position. And that is going to be moved done. Bentz having a little bit of an issue with the rear end on the exit of the hairpin. There's some damage to Carmichael's car as well. Looks like the front end is a little bit smashed in. So Tom Freer, your effective race leader here, currently in 8th spot. It's amazing to see the amount of fuel saving that's been going on here as the 143 comes out of the lane, and Jordan Ross is going to rejoin in 17th spot, taking over the car from Adam Briggs. The cars of Dengate, Borg, Mitchinson, Jones, pretty much the entire of the top 11 so far, the cars that haven't pitted yet, they've been able to make it beyond 32 laps. They've put on some pretty good fuel saving to extend their stint by a lap. Brian Borg is going to bring it in, as well as Dengate, and I would suspect that pretty much everyone out on track at the moment is going to come in. But this is where we have to remember the 208 Jinx Shifters car. Remember, they pitted on lap 17, so they had a shorter pit stop, and they'll be going for some track position over these guys. Liam Jensen in the 009 is going to go an extra lap beyond that. So that is quite impressive to see, that the analytical Race on Oz car has saved enough fuel in the first part of the race to really extend it. Same goes for the 427, the Banter Alliance car of James Chastaneuf. But pretty much everyone else jumping into the lane.
Yep. not far off hitting that minimum lap count for drivers, at least for those cars that have kept their primary drive or the starting driver in the vehicle. But well, I don't see the analytical resonance car stretching another 5 laps out of what would seem to be thin air at this point. So we'll keep you posted on that one. Kurt Stenberg's brought the TTR 47 down to the lane as well, joining the masses in the pits as we check out this train of cars currently circulating around at the moment. Currently 11th through 15th there on the road for the time being, as this strategy games continue to play out here. On at one of the Century Motorsports cars, that would have been the 393. But check back in with one of the drivers to lose out big so far this race, Richard Hampstead, down now in 31st place.
Just completed his stop. He's just come out onto the lane, and here we go then. A mammoth 34-lap stint for Liam Jensen in the Race on Oz 009, and for James Chastaneuf as well. That Banter Alliance 427 carrying some damage to the right-hand side. So that's going to release Tom Freer in car 89 to get back into the race lead, and it's quite the lead that he has. About 11 seconds over James Scott, who's still getting up to speed in the number 94. Change for third, meanwhile, in that pit cycle. Michael Schreier has managed to put the 88 car ahead of Pursuit Sim Racing 1, undercutting them by 3 laps, but Talyancic is right back on him here.
He is indeed. And it's really important to note here that Talyancic has dropped down a bit in comparison to, well, actually more importantly, Michael Schreier's the undercut from them and pitting early has really helped them out in terms of getting spots. So trying to get to lap 39 here without any dramas, but Talyancic up the inside of Schreier there at the Honda hairpin. Makes that move stick, and not too much of a fuss from the 88 at this stage, as there's plenty of jostling further on down the field. Thomas Freeman up the inside of Damien Johnstone there at Honda. Johnson getting nice and close there through Fabio. I don't think there's actually a pass, my apologies. They've actually just a defence from Freeman there on Johnston.
Yes, well, the battle for 25th is, I think, worth looking at. It's a proper gaggle of cars headed up by Damien Cairns in the Taipan car. Rob Carmichael trying to find a way through. They've got Richard Hampstead right on the back of them as well, who's fresh out of the pits and trying to line up David Kirby, who's taken over the 307 entry from Michael Whiting.
It's all kinds of mixed up combinations and pairings here as we got onboard camera from, well, pardon, onboard, but webcam feed from Cairns here. He's a little deep though through MG. Carmichael looking to the outside through the penultimate turn. That might open the door. Nope, it sends Carmichael to the dirt. The one who does get through is the 091 of Jason Bentz as a result of that one there. And Hampstead just far enough back this time, and he'll be in position to set this up wide from Cairns off the final turn. Hampstead alongside and nose ahead before we even get to the start-finish line here. And Cairns will roll out, allow the 29 TTR machine through at turn 1.
That he will. Hampstead very much out of position here, and will be making short work of these guys. Change for 15th, meanwhile. Rick Kuznetsov taking over the Premier Racing Team 008 from Corey Shepard, trying to get the move done on Benjamin Smith in the 04 Race on Oz entry. Looks like he succeeded for the time being. That's a very good drive out of Siberia for him. Other cars making up places. Brad Ryan now taking over the 96 after the penalty earlier on, and making the move on Justin Wallace. And it looked like this happened up at Lukey Heights or even at Hayshed. Dip up the inside and he is through.
Nice. Straightforward pass there by the number 96 machine there, and looking to try and get back to where their qualifying pace at least suggests they should be. Next up for them will be the number 2, Bo Albert, as we check back in with the Cairns Carmichael. Now got the 009 Race North car, Andrew Mogridge behind the wheel of it now from Liam Jensen joining the fray, and David Kirby at the back of the group. You're watching and waiting there as well, and they're also inviting the ANZ number 9 of Aaron Gilbert to the party with all this scrapping. As to the inside of Cairns looks Carmichael, Kirby to the inside of Mogridge, 2x2 through turn 1. Carmichael through for the place there, which is now 27th, but Mogridge hangs on ahead of Kirby, but a little wide through the mid-phase of turn 2. Will that hurt him? The answer is not as much as I thought. Gets a nice drive off of the exit part of turn 2. Can he get up the inside on the hairpin? The answer is he'll try.
Oh, Damien
and
Cairns.
He will.
Yep, Damien Cairns leaves the door open, and that is Andrew Mogridge through in the race on Oz 009, and trying to the outside is David Kirby. That car on the outside of Siberia has not had great luck so far, but not so this time. Manages to get the nose ahead on the way into Hayshed. A proper corner in these cars, and that works out well for him. Now Aaron Gilbert's going to try and line up Cairns, who has been absolutely steamrolled here in the last couple of laps by this group. Staying middle of the road on the way into MG. Early turn in. Get to the inside as early as possible. Once again, battling here side by side really gives an advantage to the car behind. Teo Sorono, who's had a few dramas here so far, bringing the Pursuit Sim Racing 155 into the lane, could be lining up a move here. Talk about Aaron Gilbert though, because he is lining up a move on the outside into turn 1. It was a bit of a compromised exit from the final turn for Damien Cairns, and Sorono, take it easy, mate. Almost made it 3 wide into the lane, into the first turn, sorry. Gets outside for turn 1. We'll dive up the inside of Cairns for turn 2. And look who else this is bringing in. Phillip Worley in the simracing.com DPR number 41. Unfortunately, they've lost out quite a bit, that pairing of Dyson and Worley. They started in 17th, but dramas in the first stint have put them on the back foot so far.
Yep, they were one of the 3 to jump the start and receive a black flag for their troubles. And, meanwhile, further on around the lap at Topolookie Heights, Dylan Pereira's found the fence in the 79 Phoenix Racing Team entry with Rehan Lineage. And he's got the car going. Okay, he will get this car recovered. There was someone else there with him. So I think there was an incident here at the top of the hill that we might want to have a look at on the replay, thanks to Virtual Racing School. If we can, and we can indeed. And, okay, so Brad Ryan in the ERT 96, directly behind Siberia and through the hay shed.
Oh, this doesn't look good.
Closing. And, that's, well, not intentional, I don't think, but clearly a lot more comfortable with the car there, but as a result, drives straight into the back of him and gets to the right rear corner, which sends that car straight for the tyres on the outside for good measure.
Rear end was hit. Yeah, wow, there was a big speed difference there. I don't think Ryan was quite prepared for that. He was trying to line up a move on the inside into MG, but unfortunately was not able to move to the right early enough to make it clean. So who knows, there might be another penalty coming in soon for the ERT number 96, and it's not been a good day for them so far. Meanwhile, battle for P1 is down to 3.5 seconds, with Tom Freer as last lap being a 1 minute 30.32. Nearly 6/10 faster on the last lap was James Scott, and he'll be a full 1.1 seconds faster on this lap. So James Scott has gotten into a great rhythm in the Boost mobile car. Tom Freer just trying to hold station here at the front of the field, but as things stand on pace alone, you'd say that the 94 is the one with the advantage.
I would say that indeed. It's the question of James Scott, clearly he's a fast driver, there is no doubt about that, and probably really isn't the number 2 driver in the car, as it were, with Phil So, whereas between Tom Freer and Wayne Burke this year, I'd probably be saying that Wayne is the number 1 driver there, and yep, The number 96, Brad Ryan, is issued a second drive-through penalty for contact in this race. Unfortunately, it has not been all too great for them today on that front as they come around now. And unfortunately, that means they will drop out of their current position of 11th and somewhere down into the high 20s, I would think.
Well, we'll keep an eye on them, see if they can work their way back up once more. Meanwhile, Benjamin Smith and Rick Kuznetsov fighting over 14th place. It's been a pretty consistent run for the 04, but again, the 008 having to deal with a drive-through penalty for an incident early on, with Corey Shepard getting that penalty and then giving the car to Kuznetsov. Smith is trying his best here to line one up, and but it does seem that the advantage is with Kuznetsov so far. Here we go. Another pit stop for the 208. They haven't gone very long on this stint either. Remember, they only made it 17 laps in for the first stint. That put them up into 8th place, but now they've pitted from that position. Chris Coxhead in, and it looks like Elliott Smith has jumped in as well in the 104. Remember that now that we are past the lap 40 mark, that's the minimum driver laps completed for drivers who started the car. So I think we're going to see a raft of teams come in and switch over to their prime drivers.
Yes, there's definitely going to be a couple of teams that will be wanting to take advantage of that situation as Coxhead makes his way out of the pits. Now, back in P36. Only problem for those guys there is that they are down a lap, if I can get to my timing. And the answer is no, apologies. Coxhead has just stayed out, gotten ahead, and just stayed on the lead lap. 1 minute 18 behind your race leader. Andrew Fraser, though, doing the same strategy, has gone down a lap to the leaders. So there's going to need a bit of hope to get that car back into where they would like to be, as penalty to be served, this time by Brad Ryan as they come into the lane here on lap 42. And, well, now got the uphill task of clawing that one back here in the next couple, the next phase of the race, as we just check in some of these fights here just outside the top 10 now. Rick Kuznetsov and Ben Smith currently fighting over 12th on the road at the moment, and well, by my from what I can tell, this is 12th actually in the race. Just a question of Kuznetsov, probably the second driver in that car, or should be the second driver in that car for the 008 Premier Racing Team machine. But with Shepard starting the race, Kuznetsov doing the mid phase here, and then we'll have to hand back to Shepard after he gets his 39 laps complete.
That'll take them to lap 60, I believe, with Kuznetsov in the car.
Let's look here. Actually, longer that one there, because Kuznetsov took over the car at the end of lap 31.
Oh yes, lap 70. Lap 70. My apologies. I used to think I was good at maths in high school. Then I went to uni and tried an engineering degree and realized, okay, I need to put a little bit more practice in. And that's when I decided to get into race commentary. Turns out you do need a good grasp of maths for that as well. So confirming lap 70 is when Rick Kuznetsov should hand that car back to Corey Shepard.
Should indeed. Another car down the pit lane, but unfortunately it's a bit more of the terminal variety, Reese. The sister car to the Kuznetsov Shepard machine, the number 60 PRT machine, had Brody Sintz behind the wheel. Unfortunately, has picked up a mechanical black flag at some point about 8 minutes ago and change, and is now 6 laps down on the leaders in the race. And I don't think we'll be seeing that car back out on track as a result. Meanwhile, towards the front of the field once again we go, because the third step on the podium most certainly not resolved, as Jordan Ross has driven up and caught up to Michael Taliancic in the 143 machine. In this next phase of the race, Tally definitely struggling a bit more for pace, it would seem, Reese. But while I say that, and his last lap matches Tom Freer, only losing out by bare hundredths on the last lap around at least. So possibly still some good signs, but it looks like at this point it's going to probably need a safety car to really drag these two guys back into it compared to the two out front as they come around the front stretch, and they will start lap 44 here in a second.
Yeah, remember Talyancic made the move on Jordan Ross down at Honda some laps back. Speaking of these two cars, the incident between them on lap 40, apparently there was something that went on between them. No further action from race control. So maybe some minor contact that happened between these two. And as you say, the battle certainly not resolved between them. And looks like Ross almost lining up a move here, coming into Honda hairpin. Not successful this time around. You did mention pace in the mid-phase of the race. Well, we've been making passing references to the track temperature over the course of this event, and it started out at about 44 degrees Celsius in qualifying. It's fallen down now to 37 degrees Celsius. So track cooling, and that's going to work out well for lap time. I did see a slight change for position up ahead. It looks like a change for 10th. Analytical Race on Oz 13. Justin Wallace making his way past Bo Albert here in this 4-car train for the final position in the top 10, and it's bookended by Race on Oz cars.
It is. That actually hasn't changed for some time, if I am not mistaken. Let's see here.
I did see the position change on my timing just a few moments ago. There's Richard Hampstead, meanwhile, trying to make his way back up the field, back into the top 20 now, passing Stephen Varga.
Yes, actually, I see it there indeed. And that group of cars is getting pretty busy because Kuznetsov got through on Albert as well. Number 2 machine definitely struggling at the moment for now. We'll see how things go for them later on. But attention back to the front of the train here, because again, James Scott taking another couple of tenths out of the race leader. They actually go and put Kurt, the number 47 TTR car, which has Lee Ellis behind the wheel at the moment, down a lap. So only 38 cars hanging in there on the lead lap at the moment, Reese. And it's well, also lost 3 cars in this one so far for good measure. Check out here. This is what it looks like the past couple of laps. Chipping away 2 tenths, 4 tenths, 3 tenths. All will add up quite nicely. And crucially as well, looks nice and consistent for Scott there on his lap-to-lap variance.
James Scott is doing very well at the moment after taking over that car from Jared Filsell, and there's no cars in between the leaders at the moment, so he might start catching a little bit of a slipstream. We'll have to wait and see. 1.6 seconds back. Meanwhile, Michael Talyancic and Jordan Ross still fighting over P3, and they'll be coming up to catch the number 47 pretty soon. Tally has been keeping up some good pace here. Ross has had a couple of attempts at making a move, but so far he's not been able to get it done. And it does seem that that 201 Pursuit car is definitely in with a chance here at holding on to P3, maybe even going for the win, depending on how things go. If this is the kind of pace that Michael Talyancic is getting out of the car, what's it going to be like when Andrew Gilliam takes over?
I think the odds are that they're in a good spot. It's just a matter of, well, they're going to have to find a lot of pace to close the gap on the road. And I was going to say we might want to check out this fighting here, because this 4-way group is certainly getting busy. There's a bump drive down the front stretch, which allowed Kuznetsov to get past Justin Wallace. And now Ben Smith went up the inside and made it 3 wide down the front stretch, damaging Bo Albert in the number 2 machine there. And Albert looking to keep that car nice and tidy. Will drop to the back of the quartet for the time being. And well, given he had about, I think it was 15 hours of notice that he'd be needed, he was asked as an emergency fill-in for Matt Bowler in that car to still be running around quite happily there in 13th place and not lose out on spots relative to where Robbie Gibbs qualified that car. I think he's doing a perfectly good job at the moment. But back in with that final podium spot race, and still nose to tail, 10th.5 between these two cars.
Commodore versus Mustang, Pursuit versus Synergy, and Jordan Ross is right on the back now, almost bumper to bumper on the way through turn 1. He's close enough to try a dive, but this is the middle phase of the race, and this is the point where a lot of drivers who had consistent starts might start making errors. So oftentimes it is best to just take things easy for a bit, stick behind. They could come back in the pit stop cycle. Remember that that this 143 car pitted a lap later than the Pursuit car, and they could potentially gain a little bit in terms of stint length, because they're in the draft and they'll be able to lift and coast a little bit, save a bit of fuel on the way through.
That is very true and important to note. Pardon me, for the grand scheme of the strategy here, as you point out, no one is thinking of making any moves to the lane here. We're well and truly past the mark for anyone who's got their co-driver in the car at the moment, but you don't want to be taking a green flag stop if you can avoid it. You're just hoping that some kind of safety car comes out soon as hello, Mag and Turbo. Out in the grass at turn 1, comes back on the track there. At turn 2 does David Nash behind the wheel of that car. But, well, that's now put them a lap down on the race leaders.
They were put a lap down some time ago on the last lap, actually.
Yep.
It looks like it was a mistake that Nash made all on his own. Picked up the grass on the entry to turn 1, and oh, goodness gracious. Fortunately, slows it down on the grass ever so slightly and gets back on track without further incident. Thank goodness there was a gap, but that's what it's like when you run a little too wide into the first turn. And I mean, this turn 1 and 2 sequence at Phillip Island, if you go off there, it's always a bit of a scary one, because you got to face getting back on track and potentially heading straight into other cars in the middle of turn 2. We've also got those marshal posts on the inside of the circuit as well. They're not guarded by any walls or anything like that, so you do need to make sure that your trajectory is good. Lead, by the way, has absolutely been eliminated for Tom Freer. James Scott is now right behind him and could go for the move here into turn 1. Negotiating a lapped car 3 wide on the way in. That's Damien Cairns and the Taipan car down in 37th place that they've just passed, but into the lead for the number 94 once again.
All right, well, the tables have turned back in the favour of the 94 machine. I can't even say Synergy, because it's Synergy all round. Just one of them is the Synergy Boost Mobile. One of them is Synergy Smith and Sons, and that's probably more words than needs to be used. When I could just use the car numbers as they make their way down through the Honda hairpin there. And well, Burke had the advantage in the early phase. Now clearly Scott has the advantage on Freer, but got to get those laps ticked off for Tom, and then hand back to Wayne, you would think, for the rest of the race. Meanwhile, fighting here over P6, Blake Warboys has been given the 63 machine from Harrison Dengate. He's got Sean McNamara still out there lapping, and since the start, and trying to get past him now for P6. They're in a little bubble of their own here at the moment. Michael Schreier is about 5 seconds up the road from them, and they've got about 6 seconds back to Damien Johnson. Thomas Freeman on a replay here, thanks to Virtual Racing School. A bit of drama for Justin Wallace, it seems, down at the Honda hairpin.
Well, he had the DBM Beyond Blue car of Bo Albert behind him, and was this a mistake he made on his own on the way into Melbourne, into Honda? Looks like it, a little bit deep, and sent off to the outside. Albert just snuck through there when the gap opened. So, want to try and eliminate mistakes like that going forward. Meanwhile, battle for third still ongoing. Taliancic has held on magnificently with Jordan Ross behind him, and they're starting to come up to lap the number 22 car themselves. Sorry, misidentified that car. I did say it was the 47 a bit earlier. It is the 22, as that is a bit off there. I think that was a Taipan car going off at the Honda hairpin. Meanwhile, pit stop for Jamie McKnight in the 027 Synergy entry. He's been in that car now for quite some time. Christian Smart is going to take over from him. I'm just going to double check to see if they've already had a driver change so far. They have not. Jamie McKnight satisfying the minimum driver requirement there. I'd expect Christian Smart to be in for the rest of the race from this point on. But a torrid race for the number 22. They haven't gotten that damage repaired on the rear of the car, as Ross and Taliance are just starting to come up on them. And I'll tell you what, Endurance Cup not getting off to a great start for Trans-Tasman Racing, unfortunately. And don't forget, this car is the one that championship leader Brady Myers will be driving later on. 009 then. Andrew Mogridge. I think there's been something that's gone wrong for him. He's right in the midst of the battle for 25th now, and has been for some time. What's going on for him here? Up behind the number 41 into the Honda hairpin. Did he go deep? Oh, looks like it might have been a bit of a tap there, and gets sent off the track by the 155. 124 pursuit entry decides to say, okay, I'll take advantage of that.
Yep, up the inside late on the brakes, as you see here from the chopper cam angle. And yeah, just hip check wide there by Sorono. And Carmichael sneaks on through as well to take advantages. Cars coming off of the pit lane here mid-race. The number 14 Taipan Endurance car, Damien Kent, takes their second stop of the race. Comes out in traffic. Unfortunately, they are the last car on the road as it stands. P3 still being settled here, but I think, well, Jordan Ross has been there now for about 7 or 8 laps. It's very much clear at this stage that J. Ross will happily take a bit of fuel saving at this point. They're not really losing time to the race leaders. Maybe losing a tenth or two here and there, and that's acceptable. As meanwhile, oh boy, the pursuit race on Oz battle that's currently happening down in the mid-20s nearly flared up, because the lapped car of Kansas now there with them, and it nearly caused a bit of drama on the Exeter Honda as they now come up to Lukey Heights here, Reese, and all trying to race each other, but that number 14 machine out of position and kind of in the way here at the moment. As all locked doors between Sorono and Mogridge, they get through the corner all calm and normal though, but Aaron Gilbert, David Kirby lying in wait in the ANZ number 9 in the Fishy Motorsport 307 there at the back of the train.
This battle's certainly not over. Still many trains of cars around the racetrack, and we've almost made it to the halfway point of this race without a safety car. So it's all about racing, and Kennedy in the background saying, oh, you've done it now, I've probably jinxed it. But, you know, to be honest, I would like to see a safety car just to spice things up. We're hearing from the YouTube chat as well whether we're up to the food chat stage of the broadcast yet, as into the pits comes Tom Freer from second place. We might have to leave the food chat to a little bit later here. That was a 24-lap stint for the Smith & Sons number 89, pitting from second on track. Let's see then what happens there as the battle for thirds, which is now second, still continues. Yeah, I'm interested to see what the number 89 will be able to do from here. Looked like Tom Freer, you know, he didn't quite have an answer to James Scott's pace in the Sister 94 car, but still a rather short stint there. They didn't use a full tank.
That's a good point to make there.
But all things considered, it's been pointed out by our director that they now have 2 30-lap stints left to make it home.
And yeah, do the long stint to start and now shorten it up to the end. That's not a bad idea.
They won't have to worry about fuel saving either.
That's true. You can now certainly let the car off the chain, as it were, at least when it comes to fuel burn. Tyres, you also have to manage a bit to sort things out. But hey, that overdue safety car, as we'll call it now, just happens. So bring it, come on, safety car. Give us something to get into here, as that would definitely make for an interesting part of the race. Just checking in once again with the TTR 29 of Richard Hampstead, the best performing TTR cars. That's some grass and dirt that's been kicked up, and well, we've picked up a 25 of, is it still Canada behind the wheel of the 25 machine? To find them, it is indeed. Down into Honda, hairpin here on the replay from Virtual Racing School. And we're just going to have a moment here of, oh, yep, just way too deep and not able to pull that car up in time.
Straight on at Honda, and that allows 2 cars past in there. 25 has been having a very eventful race, and these two have as well, as sneaking up the inside, potentially for Jordan Ross. No, Michael Taliancic shuts the door. Not going to be a chance to get through there, but J. Ross certainly right on the back of the 201 now, maybe a bit wide coming into Siberia. That's cost him a small bit of time himself. These guys are going to be battling for a very long time to come, I would imagine. I mean, the amount of energy that you need to just stay in a battle like this for so long, spend so long trying to chase down another car, trying to find a way past them. It really takes a lot of effort and a lot of experience to get something like this done. And I think the experience of both of these drivers is showing in this battle. It hasn't been one of those out-and-out diving at every corner kinds of fights, but the fact that they've been able to stay with each other, that they've been able to keep it clean, really shows that wealth of experience in both of these cars is there as the move up the inside. Jordan Ross gets himself into second, effective third when the next pit cycle is complete.
Well, finally goes for the move. It's been a long time waiting, it would seem, between these two cars. So let's see what J. Ross has, if he's got a couple of tenths a lap to be able to edge away from Taliancic, as any time they can get on the 201 car, given the pace that Gilliam has. At least if the 1 lap pace can be translated into race pace, well, that would be valuable to them. Just checking in here at the back of the top 10, Rick Kuznetsov and Ben Smith, Premier Racing Team 008 versus Local Race on Oz 04 as they come down to Honda this time. No move going to be coming out of the 04 machine, though, as they make their way around the corner there. But nice and close together, these two, Reese, and well, being a little bit back and forth between them. There were more cars in the group earlier, but we look here and seeing further on back, it's starting to separate out a bit as lap times are fading away over the course of this stint.
It's been a good recovery from the 008, hasn't it? They did have that drive-through penalty at the start, but Rick Kuznetsov, after getting in the car, has just put in an incredibly consistent drive and still keeping himself ahead of Benjamin Smith, but for how long? A little bit off there out of the penultimate corner. It's a very easy mistake to make. I've done it quite a few times myself in the 2-litre Tourers. Here comes Smith then, side by side for 9th place, and he is through as Benjamin Smith. Rick Kuznetsov lifts off on the way into turn 1. Didn't want to make that too much of a fight into the first couple of turns. Almost sneaks up the inside into turn 2, but he's going to leave it for the time being, and I think he can afford to do that. He doesn't have to be fighting incredibly hard. Simon Vella in the 393 here, having taken over from Cameron Jones some time ago. 22 laps completed on this stint so far. They're up 15 places, and it's worked out very well for them despite the couple of incidents that we saw Cameron Jones involved in. They've managed to keep that car moving forward. If we want to talk about positions gained, though, I do realize that there's been a couple of pit stops yet to complete, but currently the Fishy Motorsport number 080 of Blake Delaney is up 20 places. I think that is definitely worth mentioning.
Yep. It's the biggest mover forward is actually shared with the 868 Sinji Sim Racing car, which has Stephen Varga behind the wheel. But, well, Delaney, a couple more spots up the road, as it were. But up from 14th and 19th, up to 14th and 19th, I should say, respectively. Certainly putting in some good drives at this stage. And I just see Bo Albert's come down onto the pit lane under green flag conditions. And I think they're finally pulling the pin on that one there and going to get Robbie Gibbs in the car. Bring that one home. Because unfortunately, Albert, definitely nice and cautious. And as we're being reminded, we have hit the halfway point of the race. So, well, been waiting for the safety car to come out to give cars like them a free chance to switch over drivers, but it hasn't come. So, time to cut the losses and switch things up there to bring it home from here. And well, 57 laps, break that down into two stints of 29 and 28, and well, pretty straightforward from there as Hampstead through on Justin Wallace.
Up into 14th now, continuing that slow recovery after the first part of the race did not go the way of the number 29. Jake Maloney has yet to jump into that car, but the minimum driver requirement has been well and truly completed by now. Wondering if they're going to keep Hampstead in for the most part of the race and bring it in more towards the end. Should be a driver change due soon. There goes Michael Schreier into the pits. Vincent Skilbeck also in, but the SSR Smith & Sons Racing, number 88, pitting from a solid top 5, and they'll come back out outside the top 10. The 89, meanwhile, fighting earlier on for the lead of the race. Remember, they're only 5 laps in, with Tom Freer having just taken over the car, trying to line up the 43 of Ben Morris, and Morris deciding, okay, mate, you can just have that. We're on very different strategies and very different pace.
Well, we saw from the onboard angle there with the 89 machine that Morris very intentionally not fighting that and even tapping the brakes on the way down the front stretch to signal that the inside was Freer's for the taking. And indeed, they get that pass and switch made without any fuss. So there we go. Brenton Hobson now gets his first race lap underway behind the wheel of the 88 machine, and he's got 56 of them to do. So can break that, of course, into two nice even stints of 28 laps apiece here. We'll see how drivers play out, whether they stretch the first one a couple of extra laps or not, as Sean McNamara brings the 951 car to the lane. And, well, having raced done the entire race as well in that car so far, time for him too to hand over to his teammate Dylan Rudd, given the qualifying performance Rudd put in. No surprises there that they would want to put Rudd in to finish. Between cars 155 and 009. Average 155, and it was currently Jamie Stovall behind the wheel of the 155. No action taken between those two, as speaking of a race on Oscar, Justin Morris brings the number 13 to the lane. Gianni Lutz, who's brought the 551 95 Sim Sport car to the lane. Simon Mazzomo getting behind the wheel of that vehicle. Wallace has handed the number 13 over to Tyler Blackburn, and Dylan Rudd indeed getting behind the wheel of the 951 95 Sim Sport car.
And there he goes off the jacks and out into the race once more. That was the car that started on the front row. And they've slid backwards a little bit, but they still have plenty of chances to fight back here. Andrew Mogridge now into the in the 009, and he's been in that car for quite some time. That car started all the way back in 40th place, and you can always count on the Race on Oz crew to work their way up. We've heard some unfortunate news, meanwhile, from the Trans-Tasman number 47. Unfortunately, it seems Lee Ellis has had some connection issues and he has dropped. So That's a bit of a heartbreak there for the long-time driver pairing of Ellis and Stenberg, good mates at Trans-Tasman Racing, and they always try their best at every round of V8SCOPS Enduros. 017 is in, meanwhile. Brian Borg handing over the car to Thomas Freeman, who we expect will take that to the finish. The 201 in the midst of everything at the moment as well. As we check out turns 1 and 2, there's barely any space out there on track at the moment. The 04 and the 033 fighting over 5th place on track at the moment. These two guys are coming up to the end of a stint, and Rick Kuznetsov has been trying his best here to keep in touch with Damien Johnstone and Benjamin Smith. He could well be in with a chance here. At the moment, his duty is to try and get the car clean and in a good position for when Corey Shepard takes back over.
Pardon me,
Happened to the 3 at the start of the lap.
Indeed, a small moment for Johnson. Went a bit too deep into turn 1 and found the grass as a result. Lost a whole bunch of momentum, but kept it half on the road, at least, is the answer as to what happened to Johnson. We'll have a quick look at it on the replay from the Racing School. Meanwhile, Telly Ansich and Jordan Ross have both hit the pit lane. Here's what happened to Johnson real quick. There was no contact, but had to leave the door open for the 091. Wheelie Bins Mayhem Republic car, you can see flirting with the edge of the surface of the left rear before actually putting it in the dirt there, as Johnson's also brought his car into the pits, along with Brad Ryan behind. So there we go. Andrew Gilliam in the wheel, behind the wheel of the 201. Jordan Ross getting back behind the wheel of the 143. Brad Ryan, I believe, has stayed in the 96 ERT machine.
He has.
But a lot of drivers now, a lot of changes happening now at just past this halfway point of the race.
Big driver change for the 033. Johnstone has handed it over to Forzan El Nabi. Now, that is a big name. El Nabi, a previous regular competitor in this series. Tom Freer trying to line up Richard Hamstead, meanwhile. The 89 trying their best here. With just 8 laps completed in this stint, Richard Hamstead is coming up to the end of his stint, and surely he'll be handing it over to Jake Maloney at some point. He'll have to bring it in at the end of this lap, because he's been in that car now for 61 laps, and remember, 39 is the minimum driver laps amount. James Scott not handing the car back over to Jared Philsell for the time being, as the 94 is now in the lane. They've been there for 25 seconds now as things stand. It was a 34.2 second stop for Tom Freer. We'll see how quick it is for the Boost Mobile Racing entry. 36.5 second stop for James Scott, and he's just coming out of the lane. He's going to lose out there and come out behind Tom Freer, but you see that gap is certainly nothing to sneeze at, as it seems Richard Hamstead is not in any rush to let Tom Freer by here.
He does not appear to be in a rush, as Rob Carmichael just brought the 124 Pursuit Sim Racing car to the lane. Hand off to Zach Ski now, you would think. Complete that driver's swap as we check back in with the 29 of Hamstead, who's got Tom Freer behind him on his 10th lap of this stint. So, see here, what can Freer do and how quickly he can dispatch Hamstead. There's not long left in Hamstead's stint here in this race, being on his 29th lap, and could bring it to the pits any time now and be in perfectly fine position. But we'll have to wait and see, I guess.
Oh, there we go. That's a little bit of a change there on the exit of Honda. The Banter Alliance car and one of the Jinx Shifters entries trading places there. Paul Young taking over the 427 from James Chastanerf. So did something happen to Chris Coxhead here, or did something happen to the 427? We'll have to see. Coxhead, oh yeah, he just went way deep at Honda, and Banter Alliance makes its way on through there. or at least attempts to. Coxhead defending the position there into Siberia. Paul Young is another one of those drivers that has come to the fore this year and certainly put on some great performances in pre-qualifying, and I think he's got a pretty bright future ahead of him in this series if he can keep that sort of stuff up. Him and Chastity making their way through the field there, nearly properly dividing their positions in half respective to their starting place.
Let me look here at what's going out on track at the moment, and the answer is also in the midst of all the racing on track. A lot of fast laps starting to come in. Jordan Ross moved the benchmark for the race to a 128.774.
Oh, Kuznetsov's just gone off massively at turn 1. He just
has
brought
indeed.
that car in for a stop, staying in the car.
hello.
Dear. Okay, that's one of the Jinx Shifters cars in there as well. That was Jared Bailey in the 52, and that complicates things for Tyler Blackburn in the number 13. Oh my goodness, it actually looks like, oh yeah, this is one of the dangers of pit exit here at Phillip Island. So Kuznetsov brings it out of the lane here as Jared Bailey is drawing level with him out on the racetrack. Look at this on the way into turn 1. I think Kuznetsov wasn't quite expecting this. There was a pass being made there on Bailey, and oh dear, just wide there on the way in for Jared Bailey, and Kuznetsov is sent spearing off the racetrack.
Yeah, that's from that angle, it looks a bit odd there, as if Bailey's car just did not turn right. Obviously, the banking there and the camber, and you can just squeeze too wide through turn 1, but it does require the driver on the inside to be, well, pardon me, the outside to be pretty aggressive. And just checking in, thanks to all the pit stop cycling and shuffling. Scott through on Tom Freer.
They still haven't made their way past Hampstead, though, have they?
No, but Richard Hampstead on his 31st lap of the stint almost certainly will come to the lane in a moment's time. Hand that car off to Jake Maloney for what could be a pair of 25s to the end of the race. Let's see here. He's definitely struggling for pace, of course, being so long into a stint versus Scott on fresh rubber. And out of MG, it's all nice and close here, but does Hampstead? Yes, that's tight. That's surely coming to... No, it's not. He will go for 32nd lap. Okay.
This is going to be a bit frustrating for the Synergy crew. They know that they're on a fresh set of tyres. They've both completed their stops, but Richard Hampstead definitely interested in maintaining track position. So James Scott's going to try around the outside of turn 1. Hampstead still defending it. If anything, Hampstead is definitely making this lead battle still very spicy. The effective lead, I should say. The Synergy car's still together, and compromise line for Scott on the exit. That's probably going to allow Freer another chance at the effective race lead here. This is very interesting. Hampstead's going to be forced into a defensive line here for the Honda hairpin, and he's really pushing it on entry, and he's not going to allow James Scott by. But an over-under here from Scott. Will he be able to go around the outside of Siberia? I doubt it. Hampstead still ahead at the entry to the corner. A late apex from James Scott might just get it done here at Lukey Heights. He'll have the outside through Hayshed. Take it easy. Don't push too hard, boys. Will Hampstead be able to defend this? Outside of Lukey Heights isn't always the best place to be, and it looks like Scott might be through, and Hampstead's not going to fight that position into MG. He is going to versus Tom Freer, though. Surely Hampstead brings it in now. This is coming up to the end of his 32nd lap in this stint. Has he fuel saved? No, he's not going to be able to make it beyond 32 laps. So finally he brings it in on the end of lap 65. And it looks like Harrison Dengate has brought the WKMP SimSports car into the lane just up ahead of them. An excellent drive from the number 63, I've got to say. Dengate and Warboys in that car have been consistently in the top 10 the whole way through, and the team should definitely be proud of them. 551 of Simon Mazzomo through there, and this is the battle for 32nd and 33rd. Stovall, Jensen, and take it easy, everybody. Got to be gentle.
That's Ski, the third man.
Zach Ski. Yes.
In the 124 at the head of the train, because there's Jensen's in that 009, and Stovall back aboard the 155. So this is now the Pursuit Sim Racing sandwich with the Race on Oscar as our filler for this one here, for now at least. But let's see here. All of them have taken 2 stops in this race, Reese. Jensen on the best tyres at the moment, but we'll worry about that later, because just check in here with your former race leader, the 63 WKMP machine. Harrison Dengate still aboard that car. He now has 5 laps led to their name in this race, thanks to having the economy to go long compared to everyone else in this race, it would seem. So, yes, indeed, credit to those guys, because qualifying in the top 10 here, it's a pretty solid field today. And, well, they've been keeping their nose nice and clean all race long. Checking in once again with Simon Azomo in the 551 machine. He's looking a decent spot here, P16, but he now has to take this car to the end after being after relieving Gianni Lutsu from the opening stint. We'll see what he can do, because Lutsu has brought that car forward 14 spots from where he qualified it earlier. Azomo's got the race pace to keep things up for this team as they make their way out of turn 11 there.
Some very big stabs at the wheel there out of MG for Mazomo. Car number 9, meanwhile, we saw them completing race runs in qualifying. They weren't going for outright pace, but the 9 has certainly worked their way up here, and that extra race preparation working out in their favour. Ben Christensen here has now got that car into 27th place, and they're trying to line up Trans-Tasman 104 with Andrew Fraser to try and get 26th place off their hands. And it's a 3-way battle with Michael Whiting at the head of this train in that very embattled Fishing Motorsport number 307 entry.
That is true indeed, and well, they'd like to get on through at some point soon, but a little too spaced out for the time being. Checking back in here with Andrew Gilliam, currently running in 4th place. He's just gotten through on Simon Vella in the Century Motorsports 393 machine, who obviously brings that car to the pits, because that is a 34-lap stint, Reese. Wow. From the Century Motorsports car. Paul Young is going to complete a 33rd lap here in a second. Surely now's the time for him to bring that car to the lane. It is. He's actually going to be followed in as well by Chris Coxhead. A very interesting strategy here from Coxhead. 27 laps only for them on that stint.
Okay. Well, we were expecting it would be 2 30-lap stints to take it to the end. With 46 laps to go, they're definitely going to have to pit one more time for a splash and dash. Kuznetsov and Mazomo fighting hard here over 16th and 17th, and I think that's Kuznetsov having just taken the position. Corey Shepard has yet to get back into that 008 machine. Seems that they're happy to keep Kuznetsov in there for the time being. But I'm just double checking how many laps they've got here. It looks like 5 laps at the moment for Rick Kuznetsov, who's just brought that car in, and of course he had that off in turn 1, coming together with the Jinx Shifters cars. That's a big incident there at the Honda hairpin. Looks like one of the Trans-Tasman cars involved in that one. Thomas
The 22.
Freeman. Yeah, the
TTR
22.
Now, unfortunately for that TTR 22, they are still a lap down, but this is not going to help them here. The replay from Virtual Racing Schools, we've got the 017 PRT car, I think. We've got the Mag and Turbo car involved, and one of the HJR cars, and
Hinsey in the 52.
Oh dear, so the 52's already been in the wars today with a penalty from race control back on that one. It was indeed Thomas Freeman in the 017, but oh dear.
I think it's just a case of 3 wide happening on the way in. Hinsey was trying to line up Bruce Tannock for a move, and then Tannock had to give him room and then went into the corner of Thomas Freeman. So that's very unfortunate there. It seems that the 017 has come away with minimal damage from that though, so only injury to those guys has been track position for the time being. Robert Gibbs, meanwhile, in the number 52, in the number 2, sorry, taking over from Bo Albert recently, now trying to line up a potential move for 11th on Luke Mitchinson in the race on Oz 04 car.
Yes, well, let's hopefully see what Robbie can do in that thing now that he's got the wheel to the end. Having jumped in at the halfway mark about 10 laps ago. In fact, make that 12 laps ago. He's on his 13th in this stint. No further action between 115 double... No, apologies. It's under investigation is what's happening between those three cars. I was going to say, it's quite a quick view there, and also a bit of an interesting call on that one. But then again, we have seen some three-wide stuff so far today named as no further action. There is what Director Joe Kennedy was intending to put up on the screen as Lapse car. Hang on a second, falls in El Nabi.
Down in 12th. That's damage that the car did not have the last time we looked at it. That's happened on this lap. Something's gone very wrong for the Synergy 033, and we'll check it out right now. Was it contact with another car? It looks like it happened even earlier. There's still damage, but there's might have been a further incident for Forzan El Nabi here. We'll check it out through turns 1 and 2. And he just had to give up a position there. No, actually, it has happened a bit earlier. We've completely missed that, and we do apologise. I'm going to go back and check myself to see what on earth went wrong for Forzan El Nabi, having to let those two cars go in Lukey Heights.
Lap 68.
Yeah, happened on lap 68, and it looks to me like it was contact
at the Honda
down
hairpin.
At Honda.
He collected the Mag and Turbo car that was still on the track after the incident we caught on replay earlier, which involved the Mag and Turbo, the 017 PRT machine. So yeah, the long and short of it is the Mag and Turbo car was parked basically on the racing line and is gassed it up directly into the apex as El Nabi was coming through. And, well, that's absolutely mutilated the front end of El Nabi's car, and they're now losing a lot of time per lap as a result. Here's what it looks like as we check out the 033. All nice and clean as they arrive on the scene of the accident, and then...
Bam. Yep. Unfortunate there. El Nabi did nothing wrong in that instance. This is what it looked like on board. So you'll see off in the distance the incident happen with Hinsey and co. And then yeah, the Mag and Turbo car starts rolling forward right as El Nabi turns into the corner. Oh, that is such a shame, and really puts paid to what we thought El Nabi would be able to do in that 033. That car is just dropping time out on the racetrack, losing position there, down into 13th now as Rick Kuznetsov makes his way past him.
Yeah, look at that there, 4 seconds a lap down on the best lap that car's done today so far. And that best lap was in the hands of El Nabi shortly after his pit stop, just, well, not even 10 laps ago in this one. So definitely a bit of pain there for that machine, and, well, we'll see how long they choose to keep racing for, because it's going to be a very painful race for them if they carry on from here. But we'll have to leave their sorrows behind as Dan Hobson and Dylan Rudd getting close together on track, fighting over 5th place on the road. I'm going to go to another replay here on board with Hobson in the 88, and keep your eyes on the steering wheel, we're told, here on the exit of MG.
Gets on the power and way, hello. That was fully on the lock stops there, wasn't it?
Pretty much. Hangs onto the spot though for now. Rudd happy to settle in behind at the moment, it would seem. So, got this battle here on track. Robert Gibbs has gotten through on Luke Mitchinson, which promotes the number 2 DBM Beyond Blue car to P10. Mitchinson still hanging in behind quite nicely in the tow, though. You've got El Nabi about to be swallowed up by Jamie Dyke, unfortunately, which will send the 033 down to 14th place. And they're still going, but they're certainly well off the pace. And I'll just keep dropping like flies from here, unfortunately.
Yeah, big shame for the WP Concreting Racing car.
Penalty from race control for the Mag and Turbo machine for the contact on lap 67, which, well, I would presume that's the initial incident.
Yeah.
Down at the hairpin. Although they may also be getting pinged for the follow-up there in particular, as we check out this group of cars closing in on El Nabi. And it's going to be Jake Maloney and Tyler Blackburn next to get by. What here? Andrew Dyson still down in 19th place. They've not been able to... Well, they've actually... Pardon me. They're only 2 spots down on where they started this race, having received jump start penalties right back at the beginning. Just gotten through on Christian Smart, who's up 13 spots still, currently running in P20. You see Dyson looks to have done it here under brakes at the Honda hairpin, thanks to the replay from Virtual Racing School race.
Yeah, so Christian Smart sticking to the outside of the corner. Dyson dives up the inside in the 41, and they are through nice and cleanly. Wasn't fought too hard by Christian Smart. Again, you know, you're in a long race like this, you've got to try and deal with your own strategy and recognize which cars you're actually racing. Hobson, meanwhile, having to fend off Dylan Rudd, who is back in the 951 machine and trying to recover something back from their front row start that unfortunately didn't eventuate into a good position. Now, facing some issues in the early part of the race that saw them slide down the order, but they are looking at another top 5 here. And of course, if you've been around SCOPS a while, you know that Brenton Hobson has a bit of an association with 6th place. He used to be known as Mr. 6th place because of the amount of times that he finished in that position. Well, he's looking at 6th place here if Rudd gets past him.
Yeah, well, I think that's certainly on the cards to say the least. And given that they're currently in a bit of a quiet bit of their own track, they're 15 seconds ahead and behind of the next cars around them. So it is it's actually a very impressively lonely bit of circuit for them at the moment as they make their way through turn 2. Now there is of course a little bit of traffic that's going to mix that up there a bit, as it were. But let's see here, 40 laps to go. We're about 8 or so laps away from being able to make it home comfortably on your final stop in this race. Most of the cars here will be doing shorter final stints by the looks of things.
There's the 033 in the lane.
There's the 10 to 17 laps or so. So does El Nabi park it? You would think it's a high probability given the car is severely damaged, unfortunately. But we'll wait and see and let you know in a moment's time. Checking in here with the number 10 Century Motorsports machine, which currently is Robbie Bradbury behind the wheel. Unfortunately, they are the final driver circulating, or final car circulating on the track at this time. And they are a fair ways back, unfortunately, from about 5 seconds off of the next car in line, which is that Magnum Turbo machine that you saw getting involved in the controversies. Let's check out another battle. Ball position, Liam Jensen versus Zach Ski over 27th here, Reece.
Yes, as we keep our eye on this, I can confirm that Forza El Nabi has exited the 033. That car is now sitting in the lane with no driver, so I think that might be a retirement for a car that was on for a really good result today. Big shame for those guys. But Jensen and Ski. Zach Ski has certainly been in the wars today, hasn't he? Pretty much any time we've looked at this 1-2-4 car, it's been involved in a battle of some kind, and usually with a race on Oscar. Now let's see what Liam Jensen can do to fend him off here. Ski down into MG. Will not get the move done on the inside. It was covered nicely there by Liam Jensen, but a little bit of a better exit out of MG for Zach Ski. We'll see what they can do down the front straight here. Just use the curb and widen the entry. Little tap of the brakes there for Liam Jensen. Sometimes you'll want to have a little tap of the brakes there. It's usually just a lift in these cars through the final corner. But Jensen obviously not too confident in the front grip of his car, and that's being taken advantage of there by Zach Ski as he flits on through. And we'll put that car up into 27th position. They are now only one down from where they started the race, and Ski currently in the middle phase of this final stint, if that is he's going to take it all the way through to a 32 lap full tank stint. Maloney meanwhile recently taking over that number 29 from Richard Hamstead down in 14th, and looking to try and put a move here on the Fishy Motorsport 080, and that is successfully done there for Maloney, who's in the car now for the first time this race, coming up on his first 10 laps in race conditions, as there is Simon Mazzomo up the inside of Tyler Blackburn at the penultimate corner, and gets it done on the way into the last turn. But will Blackburn be able to fight it back here down the start-finish straight? He has the slipstream, he has the run. Mazzomo entered tight. Will Simon be able to defend this? Mazzomo's been involved in battles pretty much non-stop since he got into the car, and he's going to let that one go for the time being.
Unfortunately for Mazzomo, the battles have seen him somewhat sliding backwards a bit. Although still in P16, I feel like when I last checked on him, he was roughly around there. So maybe not as far backwards as I thought at this stage. But now has Tyler Blackburn to drag him around, and not Ben Morris and Andrew Dyson. One of them is a teammate, one of them is most definitely not. So should be on to drop back into 18th place now for the 551 machine. Now, let's just see here. What have we got going on? So we've still got Hobson and Rudd fighting over 5th and 6th. We've got Harrison Dengate has got Thomas Freeman about a second back for 7th. They've got the 22 TTR car between them. You've still got Gibbs and Mitchinson about a second apart for 10th and 11th. Let's go back to this one here, I think, for P5 for the time being, as apparently we've hit a bit of a quiet period for the moment.
Yeah, we have. This is the lull, I suppose, before the race really gets into its stride in its final stages. The 951 here trying their best to make their way past Brenton Hobson for 5th. That battle is still ongoing. I think that this is really quite the fight to go on, and I reckon we could probably afford to go for a little bit of an onboard lap here. So we'll go quiet for a bit here. You can turn your speakers up and enjoy the sound of the iRacing Australian touring cars as Dylan Rudd here tries to take a top 5 place from Brenton Hobson in the Too Easy Finance Phillip Island 500, round 10 of the Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS series. This is quite the interesting eventuation, isn't it? A near spin for one of the cars involved in that battle. Dylan Rudd here trying his best to line up Hobson, and wow, that was very well recovered on the way into Hayshed. See what it looked like from outside the cars. Oh God. I mean, these cars are known, Dan, to be, some of the hardest cars to drive on the iRacing service. And it amazes me that these drivers are able to keep it running clean for so long, even doing stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, just a little bit of extra rotation from the gravel there. Well, turns out it doesn't hurt no one in that particular instance. Actually went double negative. That's probably not what I want to say there in that case. It didn't hurt anyone. That's a more accurate, grammatically speaking sentence. Anyways, we'll worry about that later because that's just random extra thoughts for today's chatter as we're checking out the two drivers in 7th and 8th. Harrison Dengate in the WKP 63 machine. Well, we'll talk about that later because just checking in here with Simon Zomo, who's been swallowed up by both Ben Morris, Andrew Dyson, and now Christian Smart. And in fact, he was trying to stay with Dyson and, oh man, as you put it in the dirt, mate. In fact, okay, hang on. So he's already, pardon me.
Dyson tried to make the move.
In fact, pardon me. He got past last lap and got back through there clearly, but then passed again, made a mistake, and now lost the spot to Christian Smart in the 027 machine. Stephen Varga next up, looking to catch Mazzomo here, but we'll tune back into the fight for P5 once more as Rudd and Hobson continue nose to tail around Phillip Island here.
Yep, Dylan Rudd still not able to get the move done on Brenton Hobson, but this is a similar situation to what we saw earlier between Jordan Ross and Michael Taliancic. The trailing driver here just trying to stay in touch. Speaking of SSR, looks like the number 89 has pulled it into the pits after 28 laps on that set of tyres and that fuel tank. And we haven't got long to go. That'll be the final stop for Tom Freer and Wayne Burke, who takes over the car from his teammate.
With 33 laps to go, they will have to save a bit to make that happen. So interesting to see they haven't gone for another lap or two to bring that down to just over 30 laps here at this phase. So trying to undercut a little bit, take advantage of tyres whilst also have to manage the fuel at the same time.
Just saw a little squiggle of oversteer for Brenton Hobson now on the exit of turn 2. It actually looks like he might be lined up for a move here from Dylan Rudd up the inside into Honda. Hobbo gives him plenty of room and slots back in behind. There we go. Finally back to effective 6th place for Brenton Hobson, as the number 29 now having to contend with the fresh out of the pits number 89. Wayne Burke emerges in 13th and could make it 12th here if he gets a good enough drive out of turn 2. Can line up Maloney into the Honda hairpin, but we've seen how aggressive the defense has been for the number 29, and no surprise to see that Maloney's decided, no, not just going to let it go that simply.
Yeah, no, not at all. That 29 machine has been on the aggressive defense, as you said, all race long, and looking to most definitely continue that trend. So I think now's the time for Wayne Burke, as annoying as it might be, to just take a bit of the fuel saving that he might just need here for a lap, even though the tyres now are at their prime too. So it's, I guess, which one do you trade off? Do you trade off with having the fresh tyres underneath you and lose a bit of the pace that they can give you here because you're circulating and that will wear them down a bit? Or do you save a bit of, or do you prioritise fuel saving and therefore give it up on the tyres? Back on board with Dylan Rudd. Actually, pardon me, Brenton Hobson. No, this is a change. They have changed places.
Oh, yep. Yeah. We saw that on the last lap.
Okay, so my brain is just completely misfiring now at this point in the race.
Understandable. It's happened to me plenty of times.
We've had 82 laps of mostly clean racing, and apparently that's too long for me to focus, which is not great. I should apparently go reboot my brain. Next driver to complete their final pit stop, though, the 027, Christian Smart, brings it onto the lane after a 32-lap stint. And well, hey, look at that. There's 2 laps to go in the race. They are 1 lap down as a result of coming into the pits now. I believe the race leader will have gotten past them here as a result of them starting their final stop. Once again, though, the fight for P6 also going on here between Harrison Dengate and Thomas Freeman. Rainy Costello coming into the picture gradually there. Third time's charm for the ERT96 to not get a penalty when racing for a top 10 position, Reese.
Yeah, potentially. He's hoping anyway. But he's going to bring it into the lane. He's not going to involve himself in that battle just yet. This is going to make it a nice, solid 31 lap stint to the end for Rainer Costello, or will it be Brad Ryan who takes the car back over? It's been a pretty consistent split between these two drivers, but Brad Ryan hasn't completed his... I've missed his pit box. Brad Ryan hadn't completed his minimum driver laps, so he is going to jump back into the car and bring it home.
See what Ryan can do. As we continue to watch Hobson pressuring Rudd there for that spot, as Dylan Pereira's brought the Phoenix Racing 79 to the lane. Presumably now Rayhan Lineage will take the wheel of that car there. Let's see here. Rudd and Hobson, 25 laps, or almost 25 laps, and almost 26 laps on these stints here. We're inside the window now. The question is, are they going to shorten the final stint or get it done ASAP? The answer is no. They will keep on going and shorten up that final stint a bit longer. The man who has come to the pit lane, Adam Briggs in the 143 machine. So they will make it a 30-lap final for that car as it gets its fuel to make it home here. Meanwhile, back on track to the 951 and the 88 here, Reese.
Bit of a wider entry for Brenton Hobson. These guys should be coming up to the end of their stint very shortly. Into the pits, meanwhile, looks to be the
Kuznetsov.
ones. Yeah, the 008 is still trying to find his way past the TTR number 29 is Wayne Burke, and Maloney has not made it easy for him, but finally it seems he's going to make his way past, or is he? They almost make contact on the exit of turn 1, and at this stage, you know, you think that, you know, trying to defend this position is probably not in the 29's best interests. They are not racing these guys for outright position. At least I don't think they are. Maloney's only 18 laps into this stint. They're going to have to go for a splash and dash right at the end. And Wayne Burke is racing for the effective race lead here, so he'll be very frustrated by this.
Interesting call from Maloney to defend this when they are out of sequence. Maloney's race is with the 2 cars ahead. Make it actually, not just the 2 cars, Maloney's race is technically with everyone ahead of him, not this car behind. It won't do it any favours as Hobson brings the 88 machine to the lane. So withdraws from the bumper of Dylan Rudd after a 27-lap finals, or 27-lap stint, I should say, there, to make it a 29-lap final for that car to bring home. And there we go. Burke has dropped off the back of the G29 on this lap. So tried, and well, that's a nope in that particular case. Now, just notice there on timing screens. Yes, it's a somewhat lengthy final stop to fill the car back up for Brad Ryan, but what it has done is sent him over a lap down because, in fact, well, the cars he was racing with earlier, that's just how far behind the race leaders they are. It's a very spaced out field because he was behind Dengate and Freeman, and those 2 drivers are already 50 seconds off the race leader because with just no safety cars here. It's incredible. I mean, not that because these drivers, we expect a safety car from these drivers. It's just that close field, hard racing, everyone's putting everything on the line for the most part. You expect there to be some kind of accident that often will result in a safety car. Yet we haven't had that yet. We've gotten ourselves through 85 laps and we're on the 86th. And Well, yeah, sure, there's a little bit of bumping and banging, but it looks like it's going to carry on as it is. And when will it stop? Nobody knows.
Yes, Stephen Varga just making the move there on the Fishy Motorsport 307 as Dylan Rudd responds to Hobson's stop. Kenneth Latter bringing it in as well in the number 25. And now we'll see whether or not that one-lap undercut from Brenton Hobson will play into his favour. Does have some traffic just up ahead in the form of the 307 868 551 battle. Dylan Rudd will be coming up to the end of his stop soon, and we'll see whether or not this will give an advantage to the number 88 and they can get back ahead. 33.4 seconds stop there for Dylan Rudd, pretty much dead on with what Hobson did. He's going to come out, but through goes Hobbo. When you're getting up to speed out of the pits at Phillip Island, it's almost guaranteed you're going to lose position to the car you were battling before, because they've just got so much more momentum coming onto the front straight. Meanwhile, leader in, and it's going to be James Scott bringing the 94 down into the box, and looks like Jared Filsell's going to be taking that car back over. Andrew Gilliam brings in the 201 meanwhile. Pole position for those boys. And I would expect that Gilliam is going to stay in the car for the final stint of the race. Wayne Burke then in the number 89. Currently in 7th and trying to still get past Jake Maloney. I would say that with the amount that Maloney has held him up, Jared Filsell is probably going to keep the lead. Or actually, maybe not. Yes, he definitely will. The 94 out of the pits now, and the 201 still completing their pit stop. So 94 is done now, and quite a margin ahead of the number 89.
Yes, it's actually huge.
It is.
I mean, now, do consider that James Scott did have the measure of Tom Freer early on in the race, and that did enable things. But I mean, we have been looking elsewhere a fair bit. I didn't think the gap was 12 seconds at one point. But at the same time, I think I might be wrong on that front, and it probably was 12 seconds at some point. And despite Maloney's defensive work, it's as it was, though. Burke's going to give up a spot to Adam Briggs here. Maybe 143 will be used to try and pry open the door now into on that 29 TTR machine, which is one of 3 cars at the front of the field yet to give us a final pit stop for this race.
Don't forget as well that the car of Burke and Freer is going to have to fuel save in this final stint with 33 laps remaining for them when they brought their car in. That might be the reason why they've let through the 143, because then they'll have a team car ahead of them to help them save fuel. But they would already have had plenty of chances to do that with Maloney up ahead of them. 017 of Borg and co trying to make their way through. Liam Jensen trying to chase them down here for 17th. They've got the ERT number 96 of Brad Ryan up with them as well. Very eventful race for the 96, and an eventful race for these guys as well in the number 9. Ben Christensen is going to bring it into the lane for that car's final pit stop. Remember, those guys started plumb last, and they've been regularly, slowly but surely, working their way up through the grid. And with the final pit stop, final pit box there, they will complete their final stop.
They will indeed. Let's check back in with Maloney and Briggs, because that TTR car not got the pace of a Synergy car on fresh tyres, funnily enough, if you can believe it. And Briggs is right on the bumper of Maloney now out of Siberia. Not quite close enough for a move at MG unless he absolutely sends this one under brakes, and we're still expecting a stop from Maloney sometime in the near future on his 23rd lap of the 3rd stint of that car so far in the race. No, he will not get up inside of MG, but that gives Briggs the option to get the more narrow exit and open turn 11. Will there be an option to slingshot down to turn 12? And you know how we were saying Wayne Burke had the option here to like run it in the slipstream. Look at the gap there between Briggs and Burke. And that's certainly not because of Burke's pace. We know from what happened in the opening stint when Burke got through, he took the race lead from Phil. He can run at the front, but I really feel like the boys here in the 89 have really put one hand behind their own backs when it comes to having to hit a fuel number to make it home.
Yeah, it's not good news for the 89 crew, is it? And now it's Jordan Ross's turn to try and find his way past Jake Maloney, but again, it's definitely not coming easy to them with that 29 still trying to hold on to track position here and try and recover something from their race that went wrong in all kinds of ways early on. Maloney is in 4th on track at the moment, but still has yet to make his way in for that car's final pit stop. Other cars in the top 10 that we're expecting a stop for in a few laps. The analytical race on Auto 4, Luke Mitchinson currently in 3rd on track. We've also got out there Fishy Motorsport 080 race on Auto number 13 in 7th and 8th respectively. Bumper to bumper between the two Mustangs. Maloney will give another nice slipstream to Jordan Ross as Wayne Burke continues to drop back there. There is the pit stop for Luke Mitchinson. He's going to bring that one in. But I'm looking at the lap times here for the number 89 as there goes Ross up the inside. Sorry, Briggs. My apologies. Adam Briggs in the 43 on Jake Maloney. That move was completed fairly easily. Maloney still trying to fight it as hard as he can into turn 2, but momentum was with the number 143, but the 89 running 2/10 slower on that last lap. He's just dropping time to these two. And now it looks like there's a few traffic woes for the leader, the number 94 of Jared Philsell. Just had to back up a little bit behind Brady Myers in the number 22 Trans-Tasman entry. Has made his way past, but will suffer just a little bit on this lap. That said, I mean, Philsell, fastest car on track last time by, in fact, equal best lap in the field with Andrew Gilliam, 28.598, and the 201 has the fastest lap overall in the race, which was set some time ago, 1 minute 28.4. We've seen the Pursuit Sim Racing 155 come in, Jamie Stovald bringing that in for its final pit stop. And across the line comes Philsell. What is this lap going to be for him? There's a 29.1. So losing a little bit of time there on that lap, but they still lead by 8.5 seconds. And they will likely not be pitting again in this race. So currently they're in the best position towards the end.
That they are indeed. It's 8.5 second margin, as I said. So things are going to be fairly steady here, and well, it really feels like we're going to need a safety car once again. I will say it once again. We're going to need something like that to really, I guess, make things a bit exciting, as it were, to make it home. I mean, at the same time, has there ever been a V8SCOPS endurance race that's gone green all the way?
Yeah, there has been, and I think it was at Phillip Island. Mostly Phillip Island tends to go.
Of course.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. Imola and Bathurst, though, that's another story entirely. And we've also, I think, had an endurance at Road Atlanta as well in the past. There goes Philsell up the inside of the Synergy 868. Stephen Kokoschka at the wheel in 20th place. And fighting still continuing through Hayshed between Corey Shepard, who's taken back over in the 008, and James Chastaneuf, who's back behind the wheel of car 427. Meanwhile, Blake Warboys in the number 63, one of the star cars here today. They've been in and around the top 10 the whole way through. They're just up behind Chris Coxhead here, and that number 63 is fresh out of the pits. They're only on their 3rd lap, so they got fresh tyres, and they make the move fairly easily on Chris, who's been out there for nearly 24 laps now.
Yeah, Coxhead, the last car in the top 10 to, pardon me, Maloney's still going. So Maloney and Coxhead, the final 2 cars in the top 10 to owe us a pit stop to make it home. And hang on, Brad Ryan, why have you just gone? You had a blink. That's what it was. Wait, no, you've dropped. Hello, 96.
Oh, yes.
Mistake at MG, it would seem. In fact, contact with the 52 Jinx Shifters car at turn 11, to be precise.
Yeah, we did see this on live pictures, but it looks like it continued after we shifted focus. Ryan was trying to go around the outside of the 52 and unfortunately squeezed them a little too much and got bumped off for his troubles. I don't know if that's going to be a penalty for the 52 or not, but either way, it looks like the 96 car was the victim in this scenario. See it from above. Was there understeer for the 52? They were sticking to the inside pretty well.
Yeah, didn't seem anything bad there in that case. So unfortunately, Brad Ryan's progress is stalled and slots back into 11th place now with Ben Smith in behind to try and apply some pressure here. Wayne Burke's giving up on the strat. He's just come to the pit lane.
Oh dear. Oh man, that's all gone wrong for the 89 now. They will have to hope for a safety car to try and bring them back into contention for the win, for the podium, even for the top 5 at this stage. It won't be that long of a stop for these guys. They only need to get a few leaders into the car, but they have gone for tyres potentially. 10.2 second stop. Yeah,
Yes.
they'll be relying on fresh tyres to the end.
I believe that would be the case, but it's such a shame in the sense that, yeah, they were looking such a good option there to be one of your contenders, but unfortunately not making it work out right. And surprise, surprise, the Hobson and Rudd fight continues, although Dylan Rudd has done a good job there to close up the margin that Hobson made with the one-lap undercut. And now has to get past him once more here in the race as they come past the hay shed. Up and over the curb there.
Coming up on 20 laps to go now as Jared Philsell has crossed the line, and the gap for the lead is starting to fall down a bit. Philsell is running a bit slower than Andrew Gilliam now. Philsell's fastest lap, a 1 minute 29.312. Pursuit Sim Racing, 129.073, and these guys have been working their way through traffic, so it's going to ebb and flow a little bit, but it seems that Gilliam has had the best of it. He's still taking little bits of time out of Philsell. The gap's falling down to about 8 seconds now, and Gilliam not having much trouble with the traffic coming down to the Honda hairpin. You see that it's been infinitesimal gains for the last few laps, but he really took a chunk out of Philsell on lap 93.
Yeah, that is true. I think with the traffic they've got here, this back and forth is going to be interesting to watch, but yeah, just very busy to deal with. And black flag from race control for the 52 car for that contact with the number 96 ERT machine. So while the angles we were looking at there suggested it was should have been somewhat fine and dandy, maybe missed something there from what we were.
It could be something to do with the fact that the 52 car was technically lapped and they might have been obliged to give the place up, but they did not. Potentially. It's just pure conjecture on my part. And it could be ignoring a blue flag as it is anything else. Pit stop for Trans-Tasman 22. And that's going to be the final pit stop for what's been a very unfortunate set of circumstances for the Myers and Anderson team. Myers and Warren, sorry. Getting my TTR drivers all mixed up once more. But that is the pit stop completed. Myers is going to stay in the car for the time being, and Andrew Fraser remains in TTR 104. And they'll come out in 31st and 32nd places, respectively, as Blake Warboys moves on through, trying to chase down the 89. Jake Maloney, meanwhile, he's still due a pit stop here. Currently in 4th. And the 009 race on Oscar is not racing him for position at the moment, but you can see that he's definitely quicker as Andrew Mogridge with a fresh set of tyres on that machine. Maloney will surely have to bring this one in soon. He's coming up to the start of his 30th lap in that car. Whether or not they'll try and extend it out for the time being or bring it in right now remains to be seen. They are going to stay out for a couple more laps. They're just going to try and minimize the time taken for that final pit stop. Well, let's see what Mogridge can do here. He's going to line him up around the outside, down in 29th at the moment, but Maloney, of course, a lap ahead, has no obligation to let him by. But regardless, I would think that if you're Mogridge, you'll be a little frustrated because, yes, you are a lap down on this car, but you are clearly faster than them at the moment.
Yeah, that is true. And being a lap down could be, or would be a pain right now, but look at that there. Swings it across through Stoner Corner, does Maloney. Mogridge would just like a little bit of clean track. Just up ahead. In between one and... no, well, there you go.
All right.
That's what you get for moving right before the braking zone, Maloney. I'm sorry, but you're going to do that. You've got to pay the price when someone was thinking about some clean air. And as a result, you find yourself in the dirt there. We'll have a look at it on the replay from Virtual Racing School. You can see here that Mogridge was trying to look for the way up the inside and comes across.
There was overlap.
There was overlap. I think from that
Just
angle there.
A little bit. Just a tiny bit.
From that onboard angle, it doesn't look as bad. From the TV cams we were just watching there live, that looked a lot worse, I have to say.
Yeah. Regardless, it did seem like Maloney was trying to cover the inside when Mogridge was, well, he did have a nose in ever so slightly. Well, either way, that's likely going to result in a pit stop pretty soon for the 29. The Banter Alliance 427 has brought it in after 28 laps on those tyres for Paul Young. And there we go, Maloney indeed comes into the pits. And likely I think that he's going to stay in the car towards the end. Paul Young brings it back out in 30th place, and that car has had quite a bit of up and down luck throughout the field. I remember they were as high as the mid-teens at some point, but unfortunately it hasn't quite worked out that well for Young and Chastaneuf. Regardless, they will see the finish, they will get points, which is the main thing. Maloney is definitely going to have to stay in to the number 29. He hasn't completed enough laps as of yet, but he will come out in 15th. And we'll see if they can try and catch back up here, because they've just let the 008 by them on the way out of the pits. Corey Shepard in that car, and this is going to be a race for position.
It will indeed. And then there's the number 2 DBM Beyond Blue directly ahead of them as well. So you've got these three cars all now vying for what is 13th place. Andrew Dyson is another 4 seconds up the road in 14th, and then Brad Ryan has got Ben Smith hanging on for 11th and 10th. So just scrapping up ahead, but look at this on fresh tyres. Maloney now with a lot of grip versus Corey Shepard, who's already done 13 and a half and doesn't even think about firing that one through the hay shed, it would seem. Well, Maloney's certainly pushing on the exit there to get that one done before Wiki Heights.
We'll see how long it takes him to catch up to Robert Gibbs then, because Gibbs has been on those tyres for nearly 13 laps now, and straight out of the pits, tyres very quick in these cars. So we've got some battles going on throughout the field here as we enter the final stage of this race. It looks like the last car to come in for their final pit stop will be Chris Coxhead. The DBM Beyond Blue car might be in a tiny bit of trouble, maybe, depending on whether or not they can fuel save or not. But here is a fight going on for 21st, Simon Mazzomo with Ben Christensen, Craig Schultz and Christian Smart up behind him. Once again, it's another 4-car train that the 9.5 cars seem to have found themselves involved in, as they're between Blake Urquhart and David Nash. Fighting going on for 38th and 39th. The last two positions still running on track.
That is true indeed. I don't think that DBM car is in trouble. If I'm reading the numbers right, it will have to do a 29-lap final stint here.
Ah, yes.
The car that might be on the edge is the ERT 96. I'll have to do 31 laps here to the finish, which, well, based on what we know, that shouldn't be much of a stretch. If there's any cars beyond that, you're looking at 32 laps for the ERT. Oh, sorry, Synergy 027 and Century
Looks
393.
like the race on Oz 009 has been given a penalty by race control for that contact with Jake Maloney. And I'd say that the logic behind that decision is that the 009 was a lap down. But that is a bit of a controversial decision, I think, from race control. I think the Race on Oz crew will want to have a few words post-race.
Yeah, I guess we will see about that one there. And what happens about that. So, well, apart from penalty, too, we've also noted apparently in the laps previous there was some headlight flashing going on from Mogridge. And technically that's not to be allowed, especially when you're the car a lap down.
Understandable in that respect. But we check forward to the other race on Oz car, the number 13 with Justin Wallace behind the wheel, trying to line up Blake Delaney for 16th place. And there's a two-car battle going on behind these guys for 18th and 19th with Stephen Kokoschka and Kobe Jones, the two WP Concreting Synergy cars. But this still has yet to be decided. These cars pitted at the same time. They are on the same strategy to the end, and it looks like Wallace is really looking for it here at MG. Going to go middle of the road, but Blake Delaney not going to give him that position. And finally, there is the 208 Team Jinx Shifters car into the lane for their final pit stop. 32 laps completed there for Chris Coxhead. That's their third stop, and looks like every car now has completed at least 3 stops in this race. We've had some with 4, we've had some with 5 visits to the pits with penalties added into that. Unfortunately, it looks like Wallace is going to have to wait a while longer here to get past Blake Delaney.
Yeah, a little bit longer at least. I don't think it'll take too long though if the way these two are keeping nice and close together here is anything to go by. Although not close enough for a move into Honda corner, and Honda hairpin I should say, on this lap at least, which is the 100th lap for them, because the race leader is mere couple of seconds behind them. And to think that they're fighting over P15 and they've only got a couple of seconds before they go down a lap. Checking in here with the delta between your race leader and Andrew Gilliam here in P2. If he can hit out 29 zeros, picking up 2/10 a lap, but he needs to find more. We need to find actually a good half a second a lap or more, which looking at that there, I don't know if that's going to be achievable here. Certainly good pace in that 201 car, but I think just the consistency between Scott's pace and Phil Sell's pace might just be what gets them across the line here at this stage today.
Yeah, it does look like Jared Philsell's just in management mode at the moment. He knows that he's got the gap, and barring a mistake, Andrew Gilliam would have to be driving, I think, in excess of 0.8 of a second faster than him if he wanted to have a go on the final couple of laps. This fight's still going on for 4th, though. Brenton Hobson and Dylan Rudd. SSR versus 9.5. And currently, it is Rudd with the advantage here because he pitted a lap later than Hobson did. So those tyres will still have a little bit extra in them towards the end of the race. Oh, a little bit of an off-track excursion there for the car behind of Blake Urquhart. And
Christian Smart's found the dirt in the exit of turn 2, but he just taps the fence. So unfortunately, second car heading out there. But
After Kenneth Latter early on.
we carry on. In fact, actually a bit unfortunate to say it's actually 2 SSR cars finding defense. So unfortunately for Christian, all by himself gets loose, almost collects the Century 393, but there was just enough of a gap for that car to go side to side and find the fence. On board with Cameron Jones here with the 393. See that again from his perspective as smart. And yeah, just breaks away before he gets to the grass even.
Yeah, indeed. And, you know, tried to get on the brakes to arrest the slide, but unfortunately putting that weight onto the fronts meant that the car just bucked to the other direction. Well, that's unfortunate for them. Mazomo, meanwhile, in the 551 here, having to fend off his fellow team car here, the number 43 of Craig Schultz, who's got a big slipstream down the end of the front straight. Mazomo decides to let it go there. Rule number 1 of sim racing is don't hit your teammate. It's also rules 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. But have a look at this. They've got Ben Christensen with them as well. Mazomo's going to have to be careful not to lose too much time to his teammate ahead. Have to get into the draft because Ben Christensen is on a charge here right at the end. Made up 21 places and looking to make it 22. That is, if he can keep Cameron Jones behind him.
Yeah, I think Mazomo, a bit of the cork in the bottle with this group at the moment. So with Schultz through, we'll see him get away for a bit and see what Mazomo can do in terms of playing a bit of rear gunner, I suspect, to give Schultz that breathing room because, yeah, Christensen and Jones behind them both looking quite racy. It's actually Schultz with the best tyres of the group, having come in latest, but up the inside of Mazomo goes Christensen. Bit of hip and shoulder on the way through MG. Mazomo almost back up the inside through turn 11, though here, Reese. He's got a nose for turn 12, but I don't think it's going to be enough because Christensen will turn down and will pinch Mazomo to the inside. And there's now a gap on the outside for Cameron Jones to drive on into. He just keeps that one open for himself. But he's now got to find a way past the number 9. The grass is not the answer on the one side of turn 1.
Oh, God. I'm so sorry for that exclamation, but goodness. Getting into the grass at such high speeds, got to be careful. And Mazomo, I think, oh, there's contact. A little bit of contact. They both go for a slide. Cameron Jones almost finds a way through, but he has to recover that. You know what that's all done is, I think Mazomo was half doing that with the mind of helping out his teammate up ahead. Because have a look at the gap there that the other 9.5 car now has. Craig Schultz leading by some margin over these guys. Mazomo has moved into the role of cork in the bottle and is playing that role perfectly. And Cameron Jones making his way past Ben Christensen at Honda. So all of that has stymied the run of the number 9 ever so slightly, and will still be racing to the very end. There's 10 laps to go, and Mazomo's gone off at Lukey Heights. Long trip through the gravel trap, gets back on track without further incident, but seems that he's none too happy with how things have eventuated from that. Cameron Jones actually pulling over, I think, to redress the position. There was contact between them. Jones getting into the back of Mazomo. So there we go. The redress is made. So further penalty from race control might not happen, but we'll see it here from Mazomo and Jones. Just looked to me like Jones went a bit deep into Lukey Heights, and yeah, Mazomo tapped wide from that.
Small mistake, moderate consequences, and now Jones has got the work to do all over again, and a lot of time to make up on the road. Is trouble down at Honda between Chris Coxhead and what looks to be Kobe Jones in the 25 SSR machine. They're both recovered, but both were well deep in the dirt there. See if we can get a read on what's unfolded. So coming out of the Southern Loop, they're up behind Stephen Kokoschki in the 868 machine. So let's see here. Maybe focus on Coxhead.
Yeah.
Comes across. Oh, but Jones looking to break into the gap that was there until it wasn't. And Coxer gets on track quite a bit later. Loses a spot to Zach Ski in the process there in the 1-2-4 machine for Pursuit Sim Racing. Back to live pitch as we go, and oh, here's a fight still going on. Just on the bat of the top 10. Brad Ryan unable to shake Ben Smith here. ERT 96 versus Ruse 04. This race been quietly brewing away for the majority of this stint race, and still locked together. Although Smith does have tyres 7 laps younger. Whether he's got a little bit more speed as a result, we'll have to wait, but he's definitely as close as I reckon he's been all race long.
Yep, slightly wide for Brad Ryan on the exit of Lukey Heights. He's going to defend that position, middle of the road into MG. And at this point, the 96 is going to do their best to hold on to every bit of track position they can, because otherwise, with tyres as old as the ones they have, it's not going to work out well for them. They are going to slide a bit further down. Remember, they've been on those tyres now for 23 laps, and still looking to finish the race on that set. Meanwhile, as you said, 7 laps younger tyres for Benjamin Smith. Only just starting the 17th lap of this stint, and right on the rear bumper coming out of Southern Loop, but compromised himself a little on the exit there. So looks like Brad Ryan's not going to be under too much pressure for the next couple of corners anyway. But you see how much Ben Smith just draws close to him on the entry into Honda Hairpin. Definitely confident on the brakes. The battle for 4th still going on here. It's been a very long-term game from these two drivers, Brenton Hobson and Dylan Rudd. And these two, I've got to give them props. It's been a really clean battle as well. You know, we do like, as commentators, to have races that are chaotic with big moves for passes and crashes and stuff like that, but we also like to appreciate a good long-term slow burner battle like this. You know, it hasn't been the most exciting of the fights out on track, but certainly a good show from both of these drivers, pushing each other to the absolute limit. It seems that Dylan Rudd a little bit slower than Brenton Hobson on the last lap, but only by about half a tenth, so still plenty to come from that fight. Meanwhile, the number 79 car has been in the wars quite a bit this race, and we'll see what happened to them here, fighting with the 307 Fishy car. That was a pass being made there by David Kirby.
Yeah, nice clean move up the inside. In fact, they actually went back and forth a couple of corners previous as we head back to live pitches, and Lineage looking to try and get that spot back here in a moment if he can manage that. One other battle we should keep our eyes on is Andrew Dyson and Jake Maloney. In fact, they're actually closing up rapidly on Brad Ryan and Ben Smith as well. So we're going to have ourselves in a second a four-way fight for P9 at this stage. Maloney's been on an absolute tear with new tyres. That cannot be denied. He cleared Shepard and Robert Gibbs both with relative ease. I mean, when you've got tyres about half as old as everyone else around you, it does tend to put you in a good spot. But also, I think these guys here trying to make a point. Black flag for the number 25 SSR car for contact. Contact that Kobe Jones was involved in there with 208 R machine. So that one there, falling the way of the car in behind. We focus on this group here. Still technically 2 pairs of 2. Maloney needs to find another couple of tenths, obviously, to close it in properly here. But with the way he's been lapping and casually pulling a tenth, 2 tenths out of Andrew Dyson here directly in front, I would suspect it should take about a lap or 2 to set up. Probably be pretty straightforward execution on the brakes here at Honda, if not somewhere else. Actually, you know what? Never mind. We don't need 2 laps to set up.
Yep, here we go then. Maloney by Dyson. And we'll see if he can continue to work his way forward here with Benjamin Smith still held up here behind Brad Ryan. 29.7 on the last lap. 29.1 for Jake Maloney the last couple of laps running. So he's doing quite well in this latter stage. Going to try and get a top 10 finish for Trans-Tasman number 29. It could be on the cards with just 5 laps to go here. Coming up to 4 very shortly. Jared Philsell is still leading by 7.4 seconds. The gap has stabilized for the Boost Mobile Racing powered by Erebus number 94 machine. And it seems that Andrew Gilliam has not quite been able to make up the time that we were hoping that he would. So it has dropped back another tenth or so, down to 7.2 seconds for the race lead. But at this stage, it is advantage 94. And I don't think that there's going to be much of a challenge for these guys as, oh dear, that's quite a lock up at Honda. That was, oh dear. Looks like back to a bit of a technical issue there for Blake Urquhart in the Century Motorsports number 10 as Kenneth Latter comes in to serve that late drive-through penalty. And he'll give up position to this battle. Cameron Jones here trying to fight with David Kirby in the Fishy Motorsport car. Jones taking advantage of the fighting that's been going on between Kirby and Leonage, and Kirby finding himself back behind Rian at that stage. Well then, Century Motorsport making their way through. Also seeing a pass for 18th Dan with Zach Ski being passed by Chris Coxett.
He is indeed. Now, hopefully you can all hear me. Apparently some small issues, and I did, I'm being told that I'm coming through clean, so hooray. Got a lot of technology apparently letting up on me with, what, 5 laps to go, now 4. That's handy there. Let's check out this scrap. Oh, hello there. Brad Ryan getting through on Ben Smith. Oh, pardon, no, sorry. Brad Ryan hanging on against Ben Smith, but there goes Jake Maloney through. So he makes his way into P10. And now one more car to pass here before this race wraps up. You would think Dyson's coming up the inside of Ben Smith at Honda. He's in there late. They bump. Door forced open as a result, but Ben's going to have... Smith has the inside for Siberia now. I don't think Dyson can hang around the outside, surely, not this late in the race. And no, he'll have to try again. Does try and almost tuck underneath there, Reese, but we'll have to set up again. But it does isolate Smith a bit from the advantage of the slipstream, that which Maloney can provide down the front stretch. Meanwhile, Chris Coxhead in the 208. Up the inside of Stephen Kokoschke. It's going to be the outside once we get down to Honda, and Zach Ski lying there, waiting for a chance to get either, or ideally both of them, as into the corner there. Kokoschke nose ahead on the apex and trying to cut him off on the exit, but he will not be able to yet. And Coxhead will dive it up the inside and take the apex of Siberia, but slow and wobble. Kokoschke nose still ahead as we head to the Haitian.
Yep, outside line through Siberia on the exit is usually the one with the advantage, but they're going to keep it here. Throwing up the inside of Lukey Heights is Coxhead, and will he be through? He's going to have to compromise himself a little. Kokoschke so close to running off the track and ultimately gives up the position to Zach Ski. Down to 19th for SSR 868. Meanwhile, it's not over between Justin Wallace and Blake Delaney. I think they made bumper-to-bumper contact there coming down the straight. Goodness gracious, this race is starting to really come alive again with just 2 laps to go, as having to let that pack by was Jamie Stovold, and Jake Maloney is now through on the number 96 into 9th place for the 29.
Unfortunately for them, it's still a net loss for the course of the day, but after what they ended up going through, I think they'll be somewhat happy. An incident involving car 427 has seen the Banter Alliance machine given a black flag. for contact back on lap 109 for them. So some incidents on track, unfortunately missed out on those due to what we're seeing here for positions higher on up.
Yeah, so we saw Jamie Stovall letting that pack by. I noticed that he'd gone for a spin at Honda. We probably won't have time to go for the replay, but the reason Stovall was slow at Honda on the previous lap was, James Chastaneuf just went straight into the back of him, coming into the braking zone for Honda. Well, this car, number 94, Jared Phillip at the wheel, and where he is most comfortable in P1. The final lap begins for the Boost Mobile Racing machine. And what can you say about these guys that we haven't already said? Jared Phillip and James Scott turning out to be a mammoth driver pairing here. And if Jared is indeed joined by Brody Kostecki at the remaining rounds of the V8SCOPS Enduro Cup, then they'll certainly be a force to be reckoned with. But take nothing away from James Scott there. He is definitely subbed in and done the job, done the work. The battle's still going on behind Phillip between Wallace and Delaney for 15th place. But strategy played perfectly for Boost Mobile Racing, and unfortunate the 89 couldn't give them more of a big race, but unfortunately Fuel Strategy putting that paid, and the battle still goes on for the number 96. This is for the last position in the top 10. Race on Oz could be looking at a 10th place, starting from 15 places back from that. It will certainly be interesting. We'll check back in with them shortly because there's only a couple of corners to go for Jared Phillip in car 94. He's already started the expression session through the last couple of turns, still defending as the Race on Oz car behind, but Phillip is going to be eyes forward here as he comes onto the start-finish straight to take first blood in the 2022 V8SCOPS Endurance Cup. It is Boost Mobile Racing, powered by Erebus Motorsport, who win the Phillip Island 500. And a brilliant second place finish for the 201 of Pursuit Sim Racing.
They close down the gap quite a lot, actually, come think of it. Adam Briggs will be the third man across the line. I really want to get back to that fight for P10 if we can, because it's going off as a result of the fact that, well, this is the last lap of the race, and a massive wobble for Ben Smith out of turn 2 has made him very vulnerable to Andrew Dyson here. And to be honest, it looks like Brad Ryan has enough of a mini buffer here that it's most likely now a fight for 11th, more so than the fight for 10th. But Interluki Heights shows the nose as Dyson on the way up under brakes. A big wobble from him now over the top as they come into the corner. Smith loses it. Dyson's going to try and dodge around him here on the dirt. Watch out for the 427 Banter Alliance racing car's going to get involved. It spins Dyson thanks to 3 wide.
Oh no, that's such a shame. Andrew Dyson, he's going to keep 14th place because he's the last car on the lead lap. No threat for position from there, but that's really unfortunate there for Andrew Dyson. Could have been looking at a top 10 if he'd played his cards right, but unfortunately, this is how it all worked out. And it all started with Benjamin Smith losing it on the way into MG. Just the rear end just got away from him. He almost wiped out the 96, and then the 3 wide happens on the way out, and, well, you know, when the 427 squeezes through, there was only so much that Benjamin Smith could do there, sandwiched between 2 cars, and Andrew Dyson drew the short straw.
Indeed. I mean, yeah, what more can you do as someone like Dyson? You've committed to the outside of turn 11 because you went for the apex at turn 10. Yeah, I think, to be honest, maybe, well, looking at that, probably poor judgment from the 427. Like, you need to probably realize that situation. You need to leave those guys to fight about it or fight over it, because otherwise you risk causing something causing a bit of extra chaos there. But let's have to leave that one be and talk through the results here today. The number 94 machine has been consistent and takes the win as a result. Phil and Scott, as you said, our race winners for the first of the Enduro Cup events here for V8SCOPS 2022. Gilliam and Taliancic make it second place today, and to be only 3.5 seconds back after 113 laps is a solid bit of work from that lineup. at the end of it all. Adam Briggs and Jordan Ross come home in third in the 143 machine for Synergy Sim Racing. They lead. Hobson and Schreier home there in fourth place to fend off Dylan Rudder McNamara, who have to settle for P5 here today in that 9.5 machine. 89 of Wayne Burke, Tom Freer. Oh, what a case of could have been there for those guys, but P6 will be where they end up. Head of the WKNP Sim Sports machine of War Boys and Denge, one of our best performers here, so well done to them in the 63 machine. The 017, Brian Borg and Thomas Freeman bring it home in 8th place. Maloney and Hampstead get there to 9th at the end of it all, and rounding up the top 10. Brad Ryan, rating score in the ERT.
Indeed, 11th place will eventually go to the Analytical Race on Oz 04. A fantastic job for them, starting from 25th place. DBM Beyond Blue, Bo Albert and Rob Gibbs, they take 12th. Premier Racing Team 008, it's a race of what could have been for them. Started 4th, but an early drive-through penalty for Corey Shepard put them on a bit of a downward trajectory. They do recover, though, to finish in lucky 13th. And very late on for Andrew Dyson, incident in the second last corner. Could have been 12th, could have been 11th even, but ultimately 14th at the end for them, and they were the last cars to finish on the lead lap. The race on Oz number 13 brings it home in 15th place. A consistent drive there from Tyler Blackburn and Justin Wallace, and they fend off the Fishy Motorsport 080 machine. The 208 of Chris Coxhead and Henry King will bring it home in 17th place. Then it's Pursuit Sim Racing 2 who bring it home in 18th place. Rob Carmichael and Zach Ski, very embattled drivers, and a 20 position gain for the SSR 868 of Stevens, Kokoschke and Varga. With the 95 Sim Sport number 43, Craig Schultz and Ben Morris ultimately coming home in 20th place. Could have been a bit higher were it not for a few issues along the way.
Yeah, hopefully I'm still working. Apologies, there was some
You are.
more mic issues. Apparently, well, it's not a good sign. We've got 2 more endurance races to get through. So let me try and rush this next 10. Ben Christensen, Aaron Gilbert up 23 spots to 21st place and confirming the biggest movers of the day today. They finish ahead of Cameron Jones and it was Simon Vella in the 393 for Century Motorsports. Rehan Lionage and David Pereira will have to settle for 23rd in the Phoenix Racing 79. David Kirby brings the Fishy Motorsport 307 that he shared there with Michael Whitinghome in 24th. Kobe Jones, Kenneth Latter, bit of a day they wish went a bit better for them, but 25th is their finishing spot. Simon Mazzomo and Gianni Lutsu, after a good drive from Gianni to drive up. Unfortunately, Mazzomo slips back a bit there, but they still gain a couple of spots to finish in 26th. Christian Smart there brings home the 027 in 27th after a bit of a different strategy play there at one point. Brady Myers and Ethan Moran, definitely a day that they wish had gone a lot better. Unfurled pretty badly on lap 1 for them in the TTR 22. Analytical Race on Oz, Andrew Mogridge, Liam Jensen 29th, a couple of incidents for them today, unfortunately spoiling their party. And then Andrew Fraser, and it was, bringing home the TTR 104 there in 30th place, with Elliot Smith, of course, in the car alongside him today.
Jamie Stovald and Teo Sorono, a bit of an embattled end to that race. They'll come home 31st place with the Banter Alliance, number 427 of James Chastaneuf and Paul Young coming home in 32nd. Taipan Esports Endurance, number 14, Favell and Cairns in 33rd place. And then the Precision Performance Shop car of Steve Jenkins and Matty Jones will come home in 34th. Last car a lap down is the Wheelie Bins Mayhem Republic 091 of Jason Bentz and Vincent Skilbeck. Trans-Tasman Racing 47, a shame for them. They had a difficult start to the race and then a connection issue for Lee Ellis. Kurt Stenberg did bring that car back out on the circuit and they come home 2 laps down. The 134 SSR machine of Cameron Veacock and Matthew Brunt in 37th, and then the Mag and Turbo car, well, we saw them involved in a couple of incidents at the end of the race. Nash and Tannock will come home in 38th, and the last car to take the checkered flag, the Century Motorsports car of Blake Urquhart and Robbie Bradbury. Then we start getting into retirement territory. Team Jinx Shifters 52, they did complete enough laps to qualify for points, but unfortunately they didn't complete the minimum driver laps, so I don't think they'll be getting any points for this one. The 033, Forzan Elnabi and Damian Johnstone, what could have been for those guys, Elnabi unfortunately collecting the Mag and Turbo car, the Honda Hairpin, and retiring with big damage to the car. Premier Racing Team 60, Brody Sentence, the only driver to complete laps in that car. They will be 78 laps down on everyone else. Evolution Racing Team 84, Scott Gamble bringing it in after just 2 laps, with Black Flag and Sebastian Flock only making it 3 more laps from that. And the Evolution Racing Team 923 of Brad Vaughan only completing 1 lap at the end of that race. That is your field, and we can talk to our winning drivers here, Jared Philsell and James Scott. A big congratulations to you guys. It's another Enduro Cup win on the board for you, Jared, returning back to the series once again. It did seem like you had some pretty good control of it there at the end, but it certainly started interestingly.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I didn't get quali down at all. It was just 50-50 whether myself or James were going to qualify. But yeah, I didn't quite get a good enough lap in there. And yeah, the first stint was pretty good. We moved forward against some of the Cobra drivers and whatnot. But yeah, I really burnt the right rear off my car. So yeah, the car balance definitely came back to us when the track cooled down, which was good.
Certainly did. James, when you got into the car in the mid phase of the race, took you a couple of laps to get into your rhythm, but you really started putting the laps down when it counted, and the middle phase of the race is often the most crucial in rounds like this.
Yeah, for sure. I wasn't sure what to expect. After seeing Jared struggle with the tyres in the first stint a little bit, but made a couple of adjustments. Hopefully help the wear, and just took it easy in those first few laps. Not to slide the car around and all that. And yeah, just tried to put in some consistent times, which looks like they looked pretty quick. So able to set the race up pretty nicely there.
Indeed you did, and it was all up to Jared to take it home. We're going to go to Imola next, and we hope that we get another chance to talk to you guys there. But Jared, we'll leave it to you to thank the sponsors.
Yeah, obviously my fault for not submitting a livery for this round. I completely forgot about it when I woke up this morning. So yeah, I'd just like to thank Holden for their support on the flame white vehicle.
All right. Thanks very much for joining us, guys, and hope to see you again at Imola. That's Jared Philsell and James Scott, your winners of the Phillip Island 500. Also bringing it home with an incredibly good result is Andrew Gilliam and Michael Taliancic. And, well, Andrew, we'll go to you first, because that was a really good finish for you guys. Started trying to reel in Jared at the end. Ultimately, pole position to second place. You can't be too unhappy with that.
Yeah, no, it was a really good result. Showed we had really strong pace all race. Like, I think the gap was out to 16 seconds around when I got in the car, and we crossed the line 3.6 seconds off the lead. So yeah, I think we showed we had really good pace. The safety car probably would have given us a really good shot at the win tonight, but yeah, no, they were too strong with, you know, their double SCOPS winner sort of combination.
Indeed. Well, I have to give big props to you, Mike Taliancic, because you really stepped up, getting into the car for the start and racing wheel to wheel with some of the greats of this series. Must have been incredibly comfortable in that car, and it's obvious that you and Andy put in quite a bit of effort preparing for this one.
Yeah, I put a lot of effort in this week. I did about 7 officials, I think. Most of them I started from the rear, so really pushed myself to be comfortable in uncomfortable positions, and yeah, I felt really confident in my race pace. And I think Philsell was a little bit off at the start there, getting a lot of rear slides, so I tried to take back the lead, but I think in the end that was a bit of a mistake, because after there my tyres dropped off. But I'm quite proud of how I raced. It's probably one of the best races I've ever had for performance wise, and Yeah, Phil Sell's someone I really look up to. Being able to follow him, even if it was a short time, was a proud moment for me.
And proud you should be. We'll leave it to Andrew to thank the guys that you guys need to thank for that brilliant second place finish.
Yeah, shout out to all the guys in the team. Like, huge effort from everyone. Like, thousands of laps between us. We were on basically every night in the last week. And Mike worked towards a really strong setup as well, both qual and race. So yeah, huge effort from the whole team. And thanks to our sponsors, V&M Simulation and Slideways Photography.
Another brilliant drive from Andrew Gilliam and Mike Taliancic. Very strong driver pairing when it comes to the V8SCOPS Enduros. Finally, we'll go to the crew of the Synergy WP Concreting number 143. Adam Briggs and Jordan Ross join us here, and we'll go to Jordan first because he's the regular driver of the 143. How did that go for you guys? It certainly started a bit on the back foot with 13th place in qualifying, but you guys certainly worked your way up.
Yeah, no, the car was good in race trim. It was all just about saving the tyres, so we didn't really do much quality stuff during the week. We just concentrated on getting it okay on a long run, and it was okay. So, yeah, pretty straightforward race. Just keep out of the drama, and Briggsy did all the hard work. So I just sat back and had a milkshake and let him do it all.
Well, let's ask Adam Briggs about that. Yes, starting the race and ending it, Adam. You certainly got yourself involved in quite a few battles on your way through as well. How was lap 1 for you? Because certainly there was quite a bit of chaos happening on those opening laps, but you guys pulled through.
Yeah, I think there was a couple of cars that got together. There was a couple of cars that jumped the start. So we picked up like 4 free bonus positions straight off that. So, but then I just methodically picked them off one by one as we got there, and had my little favourite passing zones that I kept reusing over and over again. But the key thing was just to make sure we weren't locking inside fronts, we weren't locking rears, looking after the tyre, trying to use the the draft to get pace without using the tyre. So if you can do all those things, then you set yourself up to have shorter stints in the rest of the race. I think in the middle, second to last stint was a lot shorter than the rest, so we're able to strategically use it where we wanted. So,
Indeed. Well, you guys come home with a podium, and Jordan, I'll leave it up to you to thank the sponsors of the 143 Synergy car.
Yeah, just Wave Runner Performance Centre, Dr. Epoxy, all the boys at Synergy, and of course Jared and James, our teammates, for getting the win as well. It's cool day.
Very good day for Synergy Sim Racing, historically always bringing out the stops at Phillip Island, but on another level this year in 2022. Adam Briggs and Jordan Ross, we say goodbye to them, and we'll say goodbye to everyone else as well, Dan Yeaman, because that's going to be the end of our broadcast tonight. It's all going to go off, though, on the 28th of August, though, because the Imola 500 is on its way.
It is indeed. Now, hopefully third time's the charm for wrapping this up and not having any more audio issues. So, of course, 3 weeks, save the date for the Imola 500. But don't forget, the support series, thanks to Logitech G, will be bringing us action across 2 nights on Friday the 26th and Saturday the 27th of August as the warm-up to all of that one there. Flat 6s and V8s with a pair of 60k sprint races each on the Friday, and then our 2-litre Tourer category 250 kilometre solo endurance race for Saturday night, and then the Too Easy Finance Imola 500. We'll see these guys out on track once again on Sunday afternoon of that weekend. And, well, look forward to seeing how things go there. Will be a different qualifying format for that round as well. And that will make things interesting here. Or there,
Indeed it will. Yes, it will. I believe a full field shootout at the Imola 500. Be sure to be prepared for that, as we will be here at SimSpeed TV. Thanks very much, everybody, for tuning in across the world, across Australia and New Zealand as well. We want to give a big thanks to Virtual Racing School and Too Easy Finance for their support of this series. I'm Reese Gardner. It's Dan Yeaman alongside me in the comms box and Jay Kennedy on production. VRS V8SCOPS continuing to go off this year in 2022. Who will take top honours in 3 weeks' time at Imola? We hope you're there with us on the 28th of August.
Are you new to sim racing, or maybe a veteran struggling to reach the next level? Have you ever wondered how the aliens reach impressive lap times that seem impossible to achieve? If so, you're not alone. Most drivers reach a certain level and get stuck. But getting faster on track is easier than you think. VRS coaches are some of the best sim racers in the world and offer one-on-one driver skills training at affordable rates to help new drivers learn the basics and help experienced drivers break through to the next level. Are you ready to get faster and get off the iRacing roller coaster? If so, VRS one-on-one personal training is for you. If you've invested in your equipment, it might be time to invest in yourself. Just go to virtualracingschool.com and sign up for a 30, 60 or 90-minute session with one of our world-class coaches, and you'll learn exactly what to do for faster lap times and more podiums.